You're watching Fox 17 News This Morning, your Code Red station.
The dock workers are going back to work, and the next 90 days we're going to settle everything.
The words of President Biden there. That is after the first strike in almost 50 years with the International Longshoremen's Association and the United States is now over. They have now reached a tentative agreement on a wage deal. We're going to tell you how much they'll be getting. Plus a daring rescue during Hurricane Helene. Fox 17 spoke exclusively with a man who jumped into the floodwaters to try and save a woman who was in trouble. And country music superstar and icon Garth Brooks now being accused of sexual assault and battery. We're going to tell you about the person who's making these allegations and how Garth Brooks is responding. 4 a.m. is the time on this Friday morning. We want to begin with an update on the striking port workers over on the East and Gulf Coast. They have now reached a tentative agreement on a brand new contract. Now the deal amounts to a $4 per hour raise for the next 6 years. As a result, the 50,000 union members will return to work later today. Workers promise to begin shipping and receiving products immediately. Dramatic rescue video in the water in western North Carolina is going viral this morning. And what's even more dramatic is the story behind it. So let's get started by showing you some of that video there. Floodwaters trapped a woman named Neslie Worth. This happened in her Grassy Creek home. Eddie Hunnell heard her screaming for help at a nearby inn. He was there preparing for his son's wedding rehearsal party when he jumped into action. Now, he spoke exclusively with Fox 17 about the daring rescue that he performed.
It was starting to come apart, and then the roof of another house hit it, and then that within 2 minutes of that roof hitting it, it went. The river on both sides going around the house was really fast. It would have been suicide to try to get across there from upstream.
Well, he was able to get through the strong current of the river there and was able to reach Leslie Worth. When it was all said and done, Hunnell invited Worth and her husband to join them at the rehearsal dinner. Just an amazing story of survival there, and we're hearing more of them all the time. Wow. Well, we asked you to answer the call, and you showed up in a big way. So far, Fox 17 News viewers and others from around the country have donated $110,000 to Sinclair Cares Hurricane Helene Relief Campaign. Fox 17 News is partnering up with the Salvation Army as well as our parent company, Sinclair Broadcast Group, to help with disaster relief efforts. Sinclair is matching the first $50,000 that was raised, and we have been able to do that. If you would like to add to the donation, just scan that QR code right there on your screen. It'll take you to the website sinclaircares.com to make a donation. Thank you so much for your contribution so far.
And we're really not going to be dealing with much rain as we head through these next several days either. We are going to go into a dry period. The only exception could be a few isolated showers along the plateau a little bit later on this afternoon. Otherwise, though, it is going to stay nice and calm for us for the next several days. Here's a current look at radar. Seeing some showers out there along the Gulf Coast. That is it. Here in Tennessee and Kentucky, it is all dry for us. Yesterday morning, we were waking up to quite a bit of fog. This morning, not near as much, just a little bit of light and patchy fog, and that's about it. Really not causing you too many issues here in Middle Tennessee early this morning. Current temperatures there in the 60s for most areas. We're at 65 here in Nashville, a little bit warmer than how we started out yesterday morning. 67 in Murfreesboro. We're at 63 right now in Gallatin. And then a little bit later on this morning for your bus stop forecast by 6 a.m. temperatures should be around the mid 60s. We'll stay in the mid 60s by 7 o'clock and then by 8 in the upper 60s. We are going to see a little bit of cloud cover stick around with us through the morning hours. Later on today, though, that cloud cover will begin to clear on out, shaping up for a really nice day today. High temperatures in the upper 80s. That's going to put us well above normal. Then that fall-like air arrives next week with high temperatures in the mid 70s.
Steer clear traffic at 404 this morning. We get started out near the airport. That is I-40 at Donaldson Pike. You can see it there for yourself. Traffic moving along very nicely. No big problems in either direction. Exactly what you want to see for this time of the day. We'll continue to follow things. I'll let you know what else we do find. We are looking at a couple of slowdowns because of construction that's happening in places like I-24 at Bradley Parkway. You can see it there. Traffic is down to just one lane, but they're hoping to pick up those cones coming up here in the next hour or so. Another big story this morning is about country music superstar and icon Garth Brooks. He's now been accused of sexual assault and battery in a brand new lawsuit. The woman behind the lawsuit was a makeup artist and hairstylist for Garth Brooks. Now, the victim, identified in the lawsuit only as Jane Doe, is accusing Garth Brooks of sexually assaulting her while she was an employee at an event. Brooks denies the claims. He says that he filed a lawsuit against the same person just last month for extortion and defamation. He released a statement saying in part, "I trust the system. I do not fear the truth, and I am not the man they are painting me to be." Garth Brooks denying the allegations. His fans are shocked by the news.
He seems like a good guy. And I've seen him like 3 times in concert.
That's crazy. I don't think it's true.
Fox 17 News will continue to stay on top of this developing story and keep you up to date as soon as we learn more. It was a very big bus after a very long ride. We're going to tell you how many fentanyl pills that they found in one man's suitcase.
Side effects may not appear for several weeks.
I didn't have to change my treatment. I just gave it a lift.
Ask about Vraylar and learn how AbbVie can help you save.
We planned a trip to go to Miami.
You had this argument, and she didn't go. Your cousin accused you of stealing $2,600.
I said, let them all take a lie detector test.
The test results were negative.
Yes, it was negative.
I wouldn't want to go with you on vacation either.
Next, Judge Judy. Tomorrow at 4 on Fox 17.
.408 is the time in Operation Crime and Justice. A big find at a Nashville bus stop. Metro Police arrested this man right here, Ivan Corrales. They arrested him downtown after officers say he got off a Greyhound bus carrying a duffel bag with nearly 10,000 counterfeit pills that contained fentanyl. They say he came here all the way from Texas. He told investigators that he got 5 pounds of the pills in El Paso. Corrales is being charged with possession of fentanyl with the intent to sell. Hurricane Helene has shown the kind of damage that is possible in our state. Of course, we know right here in Middle Tennessee, we are no stranger to extreme weather. Fox 17 News' Madeline Nolan joins us live right now to discuss a brand new interactive webpage created by the city of Nashville. And Madeline, this allows people to take a closer look at the climate risk in their area.
Oh, absolutely, Justin. Right down to the street that you live on. But Metro Nashville is focusing again on these top 5 weather hazards that are confronting the city. And we're talking about tornadoes, thunderstorms, extreme cold, extreme heat, as well as, again, thunderstorms and all of that. Now, Tennessee has seen it all. For example, the floods back in 2010 when 17 inches of rainfall caused widespread flooding here in the mid-state. Or when the deadly tornadoes back in 2023 hit in December. To better prep for these events, Metro launched this story map that you can see here on your screen. The online interactive tool shows how the hazard impacts the community, as well as explaining some of those strategies that Metro is pursuing to implement adaptation actions. It also allows for you to check risks and move forward with either getting insurance or preparing, depending on where you live. For tornadoes, it will tell you where the closest shelters are located. All in all, though, this story map is a part of Metro Nashville's environmental plan, which they do plan to roll out in the next few months, and we'll keep you updated on that. But for now, live here in downtown Nashville, I'm Madeline Nolan, Fox 17 News, your Code Red station.
And it's looking like rain is going to be hard to come by for these next several days. We'll be in this dry pattern. I'll show you how long it could last coming up here in just a bit.
And steer clear traffic takes us downtown Nashville. This is going to be I-24 near the Silman-Evans Bridge. Looking okay now. We were looking clogged a few moments ago after there was a lot of cones down there in the road. We're going to tell you about your steer clear traffic and problems that you could.
Tom Brady, the broadcaster? Guy's got everything in the world. Why do it? Tommy, why?
Yeah, Tommy. Why don't you lay on a beach getting fat on pina coladas? Why not buy a soccer team? Got one. Dude, why would they ask why? What are they even talking about? Kid. What they're really asking is, why don't you quit football? They don't understand that you live and breathe for football. Because you're Tom freaking Brady.
and one day, maybe the greatest there ever was.
Back to work.
Sunday at 3 on Fox 17.
There are very hopeful signs, very good progress in the right direction, and that's happening here in this county too.
Continuing our coverage this morning on the flood recovery efforts in East Tennessee. Tennessee Governor Bill Lee has met with several survivors at this point. He also met with state workers trying to provide some critical support to those in need. This comes after 7 Tennessee counties have been approved for federal funding. Let's take a look at this. This is video coming in from Douglas Lake. This is down in Sevier County. It is covered with debris that was washed in by that flooding. TVA says they're going to be putting a 1-mile boom across the lake that will keep debris from clogging up the nearby Douglas Dam. So just part of the efforts they're taking there. Again, that's in Sevier County. I didn't know they make booms that big. That is pretty amazing. The aftermath of Hurricane Helene has not only affected humans, but pets as well. Some shelters say they are overwhelmed as they try to work through power outages and trying to rescue animals. Sherelle Hubbard has the story.
Stories of survival and resilience are emerging from Hurricane Helene, but what of one of the most vulnerable populations? If these evacuees could talk, let's go, they might have some tales to tell.
These dogs were living in shelters for days with absolutely no electricity. So it was pitch black, 24/7, no water. 1 or 2 staff may be able to get to the shelter to care for them.
150 dogs and cats have already been taken in by 3 animal rescues in Virginia. The animals came from 2 North Carolina shelters, according to the Richmond SPCA. Asheville, North Carolina was one of the hardest hit communities by Hurricane Helene. This local animal shelter was not immune.
It's really hard to describe to people what is happening here.
The Brother Wolf Animal Rescue says it was able to get all its pets to safety, but now the conditions are not habitable. Brother Wolf needs to relocate 150 animals.
To see our shelter underwater, I mean, we're walking through mud that is knee deep.
Dozens of animals displaced by the disaster were flown from Florence, South Carolina to their new home in Wisconsin Wednesday, where a coalition of organizations were standing at the ready to take them in.
Welcome to Wisconsin.
We know that within a half hour, an hour or so, they're going to start relaxing and they're going to start feeling this comfort of, oh, I'm saved.
I'm Sherelle Hubbard reporting.
4:16 is the time right now. So many things to think about in regards to the storm and the way that a lot of folks are recovering right now. Corvette meteorologist Brent Lunas joins us here. What can you tell us about moving forward here, Brett? I know we've been looking backwards, but now the cleanup has to continue out there.
You know, and I think we're going to get pretty good weather for it too. I don't think we're really looking at much of a rain chance. That's going to stay well to the south of us. So good news right there. I'll show you a future track here in just a second. But for us right here in Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky, it is going to stay dry, and it's also going to be warm too these next few days, and then we'll finally start to bring in more fall-like air as we head into the earlier part of this upcoming week. But well above average temperatures for us for at least the next few days through the weekend. As far as any rain chance goes, it's going to be hard to come by for the rest of today. The only exception to that might be a few of these isolated showers that try to develop right here along the plateau. This is going to be through the afternoon hours mainly, but that is about it. Just a few of those isolated showers along the plateau. Most of us will stay dry through the rest of today. Moving on into tomorrow morning, Saturday morning, we started out dry. We're going to get plenty of sunshine tomorrow too. No rain still through the rest of tomorrow afternoon. Sunday morning, a very similar start for us, and that's how it's going to stay through the rest of Sunday too. So Sunday morning, waking up, heading out, off to another dry start. We stay dry through the rest of Sunday. Monday, more the same. Tuesday, even into Wednesday, Thursday. The best rain chance is going to stay well to the south of us. Parts of Florida could be picking up quite a bit of rainfall though as we go through the next several days. Here in Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky though, we're just really not going to get much of it. I also was putting up the new drought monitor map. I'll show you that here in a little bit too, a little bit later on. That has significantly improved though after Helene moved through and dumped all that rain here in our area. Temperatures by noon should be in the lower 80s. By 5 o'clock we'll stay in the lower 80s. And then your 7-day forecast, here's these warmer temperatures that I've been talking about. 87 on Saturday, 88 our high temperature on Sunday, mostly sunny and dry. And then Monday through Thursday, that's when we'll get that more fall-like air. We'll stay sunny and dry with high temperatures only in the mid 70s. Overnight low low temperatures Monday night through Wednesday night in the lower 50s.
Steer clear traffic gets you out and about this morning over on the south and east side of town. Let's go to I-24 Briley Parkway. This is over near Antioch. Pretty soon they'll be picking up the cones and reopening all lanes. They've been out there with a massive repaving project. By the way, in case you're wondering, how long is this repaving going to go on? According to some information we have found, the Tennessee Department of Transportation says they've got a 3-year plan to do repaving. So get used to the lanes being closed, and they will be closed across various parts of Middle Tennessee over the next 3 years or so as they try to rehab the roads. Thousands of power workers are slowly restoring electricity to the city of Asheville, North Carolina. This is after Hurricane Helene left so much damage and devastation. Crews are working around the clock to try and fix the region's energy grid, staying in the trailers at the local outlet mall when they are not on the clock. Now, Duke Energy, that is the company overseeing the operation, is describing some of the unique challenges that line crews are facing while trying to restore the power.
This has been a historic storm. We've never had one like this. We've never had this level of flooding. So it's not just poles and wires that are down, it's the backbone of our system, the transmission infrastructure. The target is to have most of the power restored by tonight. As of right now, there are still thousands of people in western North Carolina who are still waiting for the lights to come back on. And it's not just the lights. They're waiting on clean drinking water. They're also waiting on cell phone service to be restored, as you can see people there just trying to find a place to take a shower. Well, let's take a look at the national outage map at some of the hardest hit states left behind by that hurricane. It looks like some progress is being made in several of the states. There is now just a couple of states that are still in the red zone. States like South Carolina with 287,000 people without power. Georgia with still 200,000 people without power there. And can we go back to North Carolina very quickly? North Carolina with 207,000 people there without power. It's not like that everywhere. Places like Virginia and Florida are seeing much lower numbers, just 13,000 people there in Virginia still without power. Florida still around 10,000 people there without power in that state. Let's take a live look this morning over at Vanderbilt University as we're getting ready for some football and a lot of crimson coming to Nashville as the Alabama Crimson Tide will be in town to take on the Vanderbilt Commodores. And historically, this has not gone well for Vanderbilt. This is the live look there from the campus of Vanderbilt University. I believe that is the man the university is named after right there, a statue of him, Vanderbilt himself, right there in campus. The game starts not too far from there at around 3:15. This is the third time in 10 years that the teams will face off. Keep in mind, Vanderbilt has not defeated Alabama on the football field since 1984. Since then, Alabama has won the last 23 games in a row versus Vandy. Addressing the top concerns going into the Nashville mayor's office. We're going to tell you how the city is hoping to take care of some business. And October is National Breast Cancer Awareness Month. We're going to tell you how the Tanger Outlets is helping the community come together for a good cause.
Severe weather can cause severe flooding. Stay alert. Watch Fox 17 News Code Red Weather.
If you've taken Ozempic, a prescription medication for type 2 diabetes and weight management, and subsequently suffered injuries, you may be entitled to compensation. Call Bart Durham Injury Law at 615-242-9000 for a free case evaluation.
Relax at home sale at Family Leisure. You deserve a break and we can help. Enjoy a game of pool or shuffleboard with friends and family. Relieve aching muscles with a full body massage chair. Chill out and watch a movie or the big game in style with new theater seats. Bring home some fun with a new arcade game, foosball table, air hockey, and much more. Reconnect. Great deals on patio furniture and fire pit tables. Also on sale now, spas, saunas, and tanning beds. Relax at home sale going on now at Family Leisure.
Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. 3 p.m. Fanta, 10 p.m. Sprite, 7:46 a.m. Coke. Yeah, you're built different. Dollar soft drinks, any size, gotta be Wendy's.
Experience what's really happening from a local source that lets you choose, discover, share. Your view, your stories, simplified. Check out what's really happening in Middle Tennessee with a Fox 17 News app.
Fox 17 News investigating stories that impact you. For over 4 years, Fox 17 News investigated the issue of violent offenders receiving little to no bond.
The system overall continues to fail people.
Our reporting highlighted the dangers.
Suspect was out on a $55,000 bail. Fueled discussion by legislators and victim advocates, resulting in new laws prioritizing public safety. Fox 17 News alerts, empowers, protects.
Did they take responsibility at all for the crash?
No. They pulled the truck off, didn't let me get any shots of the scene, and they called me up immediately and tried to take advantage of me. Get representation quickly.
New this morning, imagine Nashville. It's a study that is showing that locals are concerned about transportation and affordable housing. The research shows that many people feel like growth is the big key issue that's getting a lot worse across the city. Fox 17 spoke with Mayor Freddie O'Connell about this particular issue and his $3 billion transportation initiative that will be on the November ballot. A reminder, it would raise sales tax by half a cent if this were to go into effect, and they would use that money to try to improve transportation. He says affordable housing and public transit go hand in hand.
It is absolutely for people who can take advantage of all of the safe, affordable, convenient options. And if we expand those, that will expand to tens of thousands of Nashvillians. There's financial empowerment structured into that is directly related to housing.
The plan emphasizes public transit as well as new facilities and extended WeGo hours. Plus, it would improve sidewalks and upgrade traffic signals funded by the federal government. Again, it would take a half-cent sales tax increase in the city of Nashville that will vote on it coming up here on November the 5th. What would it take for you to use Nashville's public transportation? What would it take for you to get on a WeGo bus? That is the question that we asked many of our Fox 17 News viewers on our X account. 58% say none of the things that we are suggesting would be able to get them to get on to a WeGo bus. Longer operations, more route options, safety improvements. Yeah, most of you say, yeah, none of that is going to convince you to get on a bus. If you would like to chime in on this particular subject, you can do so over on our X account. You can find us at Fox Nashville. For now, let's get to our co-red meteorologist, Brent Luna, standing by.
Justin, we're off to a dry start this morning. We're going to stay dry, I think, for the next several days, too. We are kind of locked into a dry pattern. The only exception today might be a few isolated showers along the plateau. That's about it. Otherwise, we will be staying dry. And this dry pattern could stick around with us around through October 15th at least. So this could be several more days in a row where we just stay very dry. I want to show you this map, too. Over the past 30 days, here's our percent of normal total rainfalls. Everybody in these shades of green or blue have seen over 100% of our total rainfall. Areas a little bit further to the south in that shade of yellow, probably around 80 or 90% in those areas. But we have done very well, and a lot of that is thanks to Hurricane Helene, at least for our area. We had some beneficial rainfall. When I was showing you this drought monitor map yesterday, most of this was covered in orange or even red, indicating level 2 or level 3 drought. Now, the only areas in actual drought are these shades of tan, that level 1 drought, and then that shade of orange down there closer to Interstate 65, that level 2 drought. But a lot of us are looking a whole lot better. College football forecast coming up for you right here. Great weather for all of those football games. I think we're going to see plenty of sunshine and no bad storms or anything to impact any of those games.
4:27 is the time. October is National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and there will be multiple events happening all across the city. Today, if you want to help spread the awareness, Tanger Outlets is hosting something called a Pink Party. The event features a social hour. There will also be food, drinks, and selfie booths there as well. Plenty of activities for both you and your family to enjoy. Officials at the Tanger Outlets are also asking participants to make a small donation that will go towards the Breast Cancer Awareness Foundation. Clear traffic this morning. Let's go out to I-24 Bradley Parkway. Hey, I told you, they have picked up the cones out there. We're doing a lot better as far as the ride is concerned. We'll continue to keep you up to date throughout the morning. And states are working to try.
You're watching Fox 17 News This Morning, your Code Red station.
The Tennessee death toll from Hurricane Helene continues to rise. We're getting a better look at some of the damage left behind by this storm. And a former United States Postal Service worker is facing charges after being caught on camera tossing mail into the trash. We're going to tell you how much jail time he could be facing. Steer Clear traffic takes us out to I-40 at Fester's Lane. They're picking up the cones after another round of overnight construction. We're going to tell you how much longer projects like this could last. We do begin this half hour of coverage this morning with the latest on Hurricane Helene and the destruction in East Tennessee and Western North Carolina. We are now seeing more people from the mid-state stepping up to offer a helping hand to our neighbors out there in the east. As you take a look at several of the images that we're getting from out there as the result of this storm, several cars encased in mud and other debris. This comes as those living in these communities are trying to salvage what's left and figure out what's next. The Nashville-Davidson County Sheriff's Office says they are partnering up with the Anderson County Sheriff's Office to collect bottled water. They're also collecting flashlights and batteries for those in the disaster relief areas in East Tennessee. They say if you are interested in giving back, you can always drop off those items over at their headquarters. Donations will be collected weekdays from 7:30 a.m. until 3 p.m. from now through October the 11th. So from now until next Friday. While many people are looking to help in times of disaster, unfortunately, there's also an increased risk of schemes and fraud. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation say that people need to be on the lookout for insurance schemes coming to people's houses out there. Remember, if the offer sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Also beware of price gouging when it comes to situations like gas stations and unusual price hikes at certain stores. Finally, they're asking people to look out for false charity advertisements out there. You may want to do some checking before you give your good money to someone who is up to no good. Let's get to our co-red meteorologist, Brent Luna. He's got a look at your forecast for Friday and beyond.
Justin, we're off to a dry start this morning, and I think we're going to keep this dry pattern around for the next several days. The only exception for today could be a few isolated spotty showers that develop along the plateau, and that's going to be about it for this afternoon. Visibility is really not an issue for us right now. This time yesterday morning, that fog was pretty thick for quite a bit of Middle Tennessee and even up into southern Kentucky. Right now, they're not really seeing many impacts with the current fog situation that we have right now. Current temperatures, they're in the 60s for most areas. Murfreesboro, one of the warmer locations, 67 down there. Here in Nashville, we're at 65, Columbia at 61. The rest of the day shaping up to be a really good day for you. Here's your school bus stop forecast. By 6 a.m., I think temperatures here will be around the mid-60s. By 7, mid-60s. And then by 8 o'clock, we should be just a few degrees higher. We're going to get plenty of sunshine later on today. We are starting out just a little bit on the cloudy side. More of those clouds will begin to break up through the afternoon hours today. And then through this afternoon, temperatures in the 80s for most of it. And I think we could even hit 87 for our high temperature today. Most of us will stay dry. Just can't rule out a few spotty showers along the plateau this afternoon. That's why that 20% chance is there. Saturday and Sunday look great. So if you have any plans this weekend, a beautiful weekend for you. Upper 80s of both days, and then Monday through Thursday, more fall-like weather arrives. High temperatures will be down to the mid-70s with overnight lows in the lower 50s.
At 4:33, we have asked our viewers to answer the call. And boy, have they responded. So far, a lot of you have donated more than $110,000 to Sinclair Cares. It's our Hurricane Helene relief campaign. Fox 17 is partnering up with the Salvation Army, as well as our parent company, Sinclair Broadcast Group, to help with disaster relief efforts. Sinclair is matching the first $50,000 of money that is raised. So if you would like to help, you can scan that QR code right there on your screen. You can also go to sinclaircares.com to make a donation. Steer clear traffic for you this morning. Let's get you out to I-40 at Fester's Lane. That's where you can see the flashing lights there and crews picking up the cones after more overnight construction that has happened there in not just the eastern part of Nashville, but also down in Antioch and other locations as well. They're going to be doing this as they continue a massive repaving project that they're going to be embarking on over the next 3 years, believe it or not. They have budgeted a lot of money to try and redo Nashville's infrastructure in regards to the interstate and repaving. So a lot of this project could be continuing on for the foreseeable future. Operation Crime and Justice, an Antioch postal worker has been indicted on charges of throwing away pieces of mail, and the whole thing was caught on camera. You may remember this, but if not, take a look. This happened back in August. That is when a woman used her cell phone to shoot this particular piece of video that you're watching. Investigators say that is 33-year-old DeJuan Butler taking pieces of mail from a basket and throwing it into the dumpster. This happened behind a strip mall. Now, if he's convicted, he's facing up to 5 years in prison. Thanks to the video, other Postal Service employees were able to go to the dumpster and recover that mail.
We're just so very proud that all of them are going to jail today. We cannot wait on the sentencing, so we'll know what their total time will be. But today was a very good day for our family.
Well, that is the family of Tyree Nichols speaking out. This is following the conviction of 3 former Memphis police officers surrounding the death of their son. Now, the jury did find those 3 officers, Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, and Justin Smith, guilty of witness tampering. But they did acquit 2 men of the civil rights charges against them. Haley was convicted of depriving Tyree Nichols of his civil rights through bodily harm. 2 other former Memphis police officers in this case who were charged have already pled guilty, and some to the federal charges and testified in this particular case. All 5 of these former Memphis police officers also face second-degree murder charges in state court. They have all pled not guilty. Of course, this was a case that went national not too long ago, as those 5 men were caught on camera in the beating death involving Tyree Nichols. You can get more local and national stories just like this delivered right to your inbox each and every morning by signing up for our daily newsletter. You can do so on our homepage at fox17.com. Putting Americans at ease. Coming up, we're going to look ahead to around 4:50 this morning. We're going to take a closer look at the deal that has now ended the port strike for those longshoremen workers. Thanks for waking up with us each and every morning on Fox 17 News this morning. We've got your traffic and weather updates with you live from now until 9. 4:39 is the time. We were following breaking news this morning out of Metro Center. That is where Metro Police say that one person was hurt in a shooting. The shooting happened at the 7-Eleven gas station on Rosa Parks Boulevard, very close to I-65, I-40 there on the north side of town. Let's get to Fox 17 News' Madeline Nolan, who's live at the scene. Madeline, what can you tell us?
Well, Metro Police just got here to the scene not but 15 minutes ago, so we're still working to get more information just as they are as their investigation continues here. But you can see we are set up kind of behind the 7-Eleven here again on Rosa Parks Boulevard. At this time, we do know that one person was shot in the leg and taken to the hospital. Of course, they are going to survive those injuries, but we again are here in the back of the 7-Eleven where police believe that shooting did happen. So again, they are still working to identify again a suspect as well as where the shooting exactly took place here. But they did tell me it happened in this vicinity, and they're still working again to get more information just as we are. So they do plan to be out here while this investigation continues. But again, at this time, we do know that one person, a man to be exact, was shot in the leg here at the 7-Eleven on Rosa Parks Boulevard. And this happened just a little bit before 4:30. Now, that victim, again, was transported to the hospital, and Metro Police are still surveying the scene and working to identify a suspect at this time. We'll keep you guys updated as we learn more, but I'm going to send it back to the studio for now.
All right, Madeline, thank you so much. If this sounds familiar, there was a shooting at that same 7-Eleven back in July. All right, so we will continue to follow that story. For now, we're following the tropics with our co-red meteorologist, Brent Luna.
Yeah, Justin, that's right. We're watching down here, and now the National Hurricane Center giving this area in orange a 40% chance of developing into some sort of tropical system as we head on into next week, within the next 7 days. But regardless of the development, I think parts of Florida could get a lot of rainfall. Some areas could probably be getting double-digit inches of rain just with that system as it tries to develop down there in the Gulf of Mexico. None of this should have any effect on us. It's well well to the east of us right now out here in the Atlantic Ocean. This is Hurricane Kurt, now a Category 4 hurricane. When I was showing this map yesterday, it was Category 3. This now has maximum sustained winds of 145 miles an hour, again, well to the east of us, and the forecast path doesn't bring it anywhere close to us. Just to the southeast of Hurricane Kurt, we still have Tropical Storm Leslie. Leslie now has maximum sustained winds of 60 miles per hour. Again, neither one of these, though, should have any sort of impact, though, on our weather right here. I'll show you what our weather's looking like for the rest of this week and those fall-like conditions moving in next week in just a bit.
At 442, we are following circular traffic. This is the north side of town, looking really nice up there so far. Things will change. I'll tell you when, coming up in a few. Plus, jobs up for grabs this holiday season. We're going to tell you about one company that is hiring positions for around 200 people.
This fall, it's the new season. Get ready.
Weekdays at 10 on Fox 17.
This is you, and this is your surprising hunch. I'd take the over. The kind of hunch that pops up anywhere.
Buffalo. It's Broncos time.
And right now, FanDuel is giving new customers $200 in bonus bets when you bet $5 guaranteed.
Carolina!
So you won't let a hunch go to waste and make every moment more.
New customers bet $5, get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. Only from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook.
Fox 17 News investigating stories that impact you. For over 4 years, Fox 17 News has investigated violent offenders receiving little to no bond.
The system overall continues to fail people.
We've interviewed government officials and victim advocates about the impact low or no bonds has on public safety.
The people of Tennessee are being murdered and raped and robbed by repeat violent felons.
Innocent people get victimized and oftentimes killed.
Fox 17 News has shown numerous real-life examples of releasing high-risk offenders with minimal bond.
There's gunshots, the guy is dead.
Suspect was out on a $55,000 bail.
As a result of our coverage, Fox 17 News has sparked change, leading to new laws focused on safety.
New laws that take effect July 1st include putting public safety first when determining bond, and a suspect's inability to pay can no longer be a consideration for bond.
To see more of this story, go to fox17.com. And for more stories like this, watch Fox 17 News at 9.
444 is the time. The United States economy and consumers across the country can breathe a little easier this morning. That is because port workers are leaving the picket line and will punch their time cards today going back to work. They're going to get a big increase as well. John Lorick reports.
We're very excited to be back.
It will once again be smooth sailing at the U.S. ports along the east and Gulf coasts.
Dock workers are going back to work.
P.O.P. People over profit. Less than a week after the walk-off started, the International Longshoremen's Association and the U.S. Maritime Alliance issued a joint statement Thursday saying a tentative deal has been reached. The union agreed to extend its contract with the Maritime Alliance to January 15th after it expired Monday. The agreement includes an annual $4 per hour raise for the 6-year contract.
It means that they can provide, put food on the table, pay their bills. They don't have to worry anymore, possibly losing their cars or their homes or anything like that.
An outstanding issue, according to the statement, is restrictions regarding the use of fully automated equipment in the workplace.
Robots don't pay taxes and they don't put food on your table, so it's very important to protect these jobs.
President Joe Biden released a statement applauding the tentative agreement, saying, quote, collective bargaining works, and it is critical to building a stronger economy from the middle out and the bottom up.
Next 90 days, we're going to settle everything.
The tentative deal still needs to be completed and ratified by ILA rank-and-file members before it's set in stone. I'm John Lawrence reporting.
Well, the Anderson Economic Group said 1 week strike would have cost the United States economy just over $2 million. But again, strike is over, and hopefully the goods will be getting back to grocery store shelves. For 446 here this morning, let's take a quick look here at your weather forecast as we get you set here for the weekend. A lot of football happening this weekend, a lot of outdoor plans.
Are you going to be wet or dry for those plans? Here's our Correct Mirage's Brent Luna.
You know, I think there's a great chance you're going to stay dry all weekend long. The only exception to that could be later on today, but Saturday and Sunday are looking very dry. For today, most all of us, I think, will stay dry. I'll show you this here in just a second. Maybe a few isolated showers along the plateau. That's going to be about it, though, for today. Above average temperatures will be the story for us for the next few days, at least through the weekend, and then we'll finally start to bring in more fall-like air a little bit later on in this upcoming week. But Future Track not showing really much of a rain chance for most locations through the morning hours. A little bit later on this afternoon, you can see it right over here. A few isolated showers possible along the plateau, and that's about it. That's going to be mainly for the afternoon hours too. So most all of us will stay on the dry side today. Tomorrow morning, this is 7 a.m. We'll be waking up to a dry start. Plenty of sunshine for us tomorrow too. Tomorrow should be a fantastic day. Just a little bit warm for this time of year, and then moving on into Sunday, just more of the same. As we go through the rest of the day on Sunday, we'll stay dry by Monday morning. Showers and thunderstorms are well to the south of us down here in the Gulf. Nothing anywhere really too close to us, though. Tuesday we're dry. Wednesday it's just more of the same. We could realistically keep this dry pattern around with us, again, with the exception of a few isolated showers today around the plateau for the next several days, maybe until about October 15th or so. So actually that rainfall that we got from Helene was quite beneficial for us here in Middle Tennessee, at least. Temperatures by 9 a.m. today, lower 70s. By noon we'll be in the lower 80s, and we'll keep it in the 80s through the rest of this afternoon. For any of those high school football games tonight, fantastic weather for those. No rain that we'll have to worry about. This weekend, high temperatures will be in the upper 80s, mostly sunny and dry. And then that fall air finally arrives early next week. Monday through Thursday will be sunny and dry with high temperatures in the mid 70s. Overnight low temperatures are going to drop down quite a bit lower than what we've seen lately too. Monday night through Wednesday night, high temperatures will be near 50.
If you want to stay informed about the weather out there, what you may want to do is scan that QR code right there on your screen. By scanning that QR code, it'll take you to our Fox 17 News app. That'll keep you in the know about things happening out there as far as news is concerned. We also have a weather app as well, so you may want to invest in both of those. Great resources to keep you informed when you are away from your television. Circular traffic out there. Let's take a look at I-40. This is at Fester's Lane, just east of downtown. So picking up the cones out there after an overnight construction project that is taking up several lanes, not just here, but also into downtown itself along the Silman Evans Bridge. But again, a lot of those cones have been picked up. We even saw the cones extending all the way out there at 24 at Briley earlier this morning. So heads up as those crews are going to be out there trying to make the roads a little better. Give them some space, okay? You see them trying to merge, right? You see them. All right, come on now. Right now, no major accidents out there here on your Friday. Let's take a look on the north side. This is 65 at 24. Drama-free right now. We do know that the traffic will increase, and this same shot where the traffic is moving along fine will be crawling like school zone speeds coming up here in about an hour or so. Well, people who use the Supplemental Insurance Assistance Program known as SNAP will soon see a slight increase in their benefits. The increase comes from a cost of living adjustment that is set to take effect this month. The update comes with changes to the income eligibility for the program. The net monthly income threshold for a family of 4 will increase from $2,500 to $2,600. That will allow more people to get out there on these particular benefits. Well, Amazon is once again doing a big hiring just in time for the holidays. 250,000 workers are going to be needed for the holiday season. That number matches last year's holiday hiring. The full-time and part-time seasonal roles will be across the customer fulfillment and transportation. Now, Amazon says all seasonal workers will earn at least $18 an hour. We are looking ahead to a little football action happening tonight. Prime time college football right here on Fox 17. It's going to be number 6, the Oregon Ducks, taking on Michigan State, the Spartans. That game starts at 8 o'clock tonight. And then we have a big day of college football right here on Fox 17. We start with UCLA. They're taking the trip cross country to take on Penn State. That game starts at 11 o'clock. Then Baylor, the Bears, taking on Iowa State. That game is at 6:30. And don't miss Texas Tech, the Red Raiders, as they prepare for a battle with the Arizona Wildcats. That game starts at 10 o'clock. Then on Sunday, the Titans are off, all right? No Titans game this weekend at all, so no excuses. You can join us right here on Fox 17. We've got the San Francisco 49ers taking on the Arizona Cardinals. The Cardinals need to win bad. That game is at 3 o'clock. Speaking of football, taking a live look this morning over at Vanderbilt, or we will, as we get ready for a little football over on West End. Happening tomorrow, the Alabama Crimson Tide will be taking on the Vanderbilt Commodores there at the stadium. I believe we have a live look ready to go there from the stadium itself. There it is. First Bank Stadium will be the home for this particular game. Kicks off at 3:15. Normally, this looks like a Vanderbilt, or excuse me, a Alabama home game when this game does happen here, as they buy all the tickets to make the drive up. This is the third time in 10 years that the two teams will face off. Historically, Alabama has dominated this matchup. As a matter of fact, they've won their last 23 games in a row against Vanderbilt. So we'll see what happens tomorrow afternoon as that game does kick off at 3:15 over on West End. Fox 17 News is following breaking news this morning out of Metro Center. That's where police say at least one person is hurt after a shooting. We've got an update from our own Madeline Nolan, who's live there on the scene, coming up in our next half hour.
Local storm alerts from local experts. Download the Fox 17 News Code Red weather app.
Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. 3 p.m. Fanta, 10 p.m. Sprite, 7:46 a.m. Coke. Yeah, you're built different. Dollar soft drinks, any size, gotta be Wendy's.
After a car crash, the big insurance companies you see advertising on TV, they may try to downplay your case and might say it's only a fender bender or it's just a herniated disc. I worry that some law firms fall for this BS. Not us. We put ourselves in your shoes and ask, what would it be like to be in your pain for the rest of our lives? $1 million wouldn't be enough for me. There's only one Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Chances are going to remain slim as we head through the next several days. Might just get a spot shower in our far eastern areas later on today. That's about it, though. Otherwise, we should be staying on the dry side, and this dry stretch could last probably through October 15th at least. So this could be several days in a row. We did have some very beneficial rainfall that moved through with Hurricane Helene over the past week or so. And for the percent of normal, this is from the past 30 days. Everybody that's in green and blue, at least 100 or more percent of normal, about 80 or 90% of normal down here a little bit further south. But here's what our current drought map looks like. Just abnormally dry conditions in that shade of yellow, really not even in that drought classification. Now it's just level 1 in the tan and level 2 in that shade of orange down there closer to Interstate 65. This looks a whole lot better than the map that I was showing yesterday. Yesterday we were seeing level 2 and level 3 out of 4 drought conditions across most of Middle Tennessee, even into parts of southern Kentucky. That map has significantly improved though with all that rain that moved in with the help of Helene. If you have any football plans later on this weekend on Saturday, I think the weather for all of these games, the Tennessee game, Vandy game, TSU, Tennessee Tech, all of these weather conditions look great. Doesn't really matter where they are. The Tennessee game's over in Fayetteville, Arkansas. Good weather there, plenty of sunshine, and no storms that you're going to have to worry about. We're going to stay pretty warm too. Temperatures should be in the mid and upper 80s for these games.
Steer clear traffic. Let's get you a report over from the airport. This is going to be I-40 at Donaldson Pike. Over there, you're seeing the traffic moving along really nicely. No big problems in either direction there. We're looking really, really good. If you've got a flight, and we know things at B&A can be very, very busy this time of the day. It looks like getting over there to B&A is fine. We know yesterday they were dealing with problems with fog. Looks like no such problems so far this morning. We'll continue to follow things out there on the roads as we are accident-free right now as we head towards 5 o'clock. We do have a recall alert this morning as Tesla has now recalled 27,000 of the Cybertrucks. You can see one right here. I know I've seen them around the streets of Nashville for sure because of the rear view camera issue. Now, the National Transportation Safety Administration says that the image being displayed could be delayed. That's not good. That particular delay does increase the risk of a crash. Now, the rear view display may appear blank for up to 8 seconds when the car is in reverse. Tesla has released a software update to try and fix the issue. Tesla's Cybertruck has had 5 recalls already since it was released just last year. Well, check this out. The Nashville Zoo is putting on a very interesting twist on a social media trend. Normally,
You may put as many rubber bands as you can around a watermelon until it explodes. In this case, they're doing so to a pumpkin. The zoo is embracing autumn by picking that pumpkin instead. It took 20 minutes for that pumpkin to pop, and the rubber band total made it up to 294. Now, don't worry, no pumpkins were wasted during this challenge. The leftovers went to the animals there at the zoo. I've never seen this challenge on social media before. You know, then again, I guess I'm looking at the wrong things on social media if I've never seen the watermelon rubber band challenge, because I've not.
Promotional consideration for this program provided by Ponce Law. Fox 17 News and Ponce Law have been teaming up to find and award local hometown heroes $1,000, and we continue taking your submissions. This could be a teacher, a veteran, a first responder, church volunteer, frontline healthcare worker, anybody you know doing great things in your community. We have honored dozens of people so far over the years, and we're going to keep this going. To nominate your hometown hero now, head to PonceLaw.com/hometown hero. Every month, we feature a new hero right here on Fox 17 News this morning. That person's going to take home $1,000. Promotional consideration for this program provided by Ponce Law.
You're watching Fox 17 News This Morning, your Code Red station.
5 o'clock is the time, and right now we do begin Fox 17 News on a busy Friday morning with breaking news out of Metro Center. That's where police say one person was hurt in a shooting. We're going to get some information right now where it happened over on 711 on the Rosa Parks Boulevard, right at the intersection of Dominican Drive. That is where we find Fox 17 News' Madeline Nolan getting us some more information from that scene. What can you share with us this hour, Madeline?
Hey, good morning. We again here are at the 7-Eleven, behind the 7-Eleven to be exact. And at this time, we do know that Metro Police say that one man was taken to the hospital after being shot in the leg. Now, they're still working to pinpoint a location as to where that shooting happened. They do believe that it was in the vicinity where we are right now, which is, again, behind the 7-Eleven on Rosa Parks Boulevard and here in the Metro Center. And we do, again, know that one person was shot and taken to the hospital. Now, they do say that they're still working to identify a suspect at this time, so they're again working to investigate, just like we are working to get more information. And as we do get more information, we'll be sure to keep you all updated. You can see that there are police back here in the back, and then we also have police up at the front of the 7-Eleven as well. You can't see them, of course, but I also want to add that this is not the first time a shooting has taken place here at Metro Center, at this 7-Eleven. Metro Center is just a few months ago when I was back out here when one person was shot. They ran over here to the Holiday Inn and were transported to the hospital after being again shot in the arm. We'll keep you updated on what we find out here, but for now, live here in Metro Center, I'm Madeline Nolan, Fox 17 News, your Code Red station.
I can only imagine how startling it must have been for all the people staying in that hotel right there to hear gunshots overnight and to see all the police cars. So we'll monitor that story for you. Plus, another big story we're following this Friday morning, country superstar Garth Brooks, accused of sexual assault and battery in a new lawsuit. The woman behind the lawsuit was Garth Brooks' makeup and hairstylist. The victim, identified in the lawsuit as Jane Rowe, is accusing Garth Brooks of sexually assaulting her while she was working at an event. Her attorney, Douglas Wigdor, says following the incident, Rowe was pressured to continue business as usual. Garth Brooks denies the claims. He says he filed a lawsuit against Jane Rowe just last month for extortion and defamation. He released a statement saying, in part, "I trust the system, I do not fear the truth, and I am not the man they painted me to be." His fans say they are shocked by the news.
He seems like a good guy. And I've seen him like 3 times in concert.
That's crazy. I don't think it's true.
Fox 17 News will continue to stay on top of this developing story. We'll keep you updated as we learn more.
And if you want to read more about this particular lawsuit against Garth Brooks and get his full statement one more time, we have all of it posted over on fox17.com. Right now, though, we do want to get an update from our Code Red meteorologist. Happy Friday, Brett Luna.
Yeah, happy Friday to y'all, too. Great to be here. And the weather for the next several days is going to be great. If you have any plans later on today, I think you should be looking pretty good. The only exception could be a few isolated showers along the plateau, and that's going to be about it. Radar not showing anything anywhere close to us. Still down here in the Gulf of Mexico, we saw some showers and thunderstorms going on in those areas, but for us, again, it is quiet, and it's going to stay quiet for the next several days, too. Yesterday morning, we were waking up to some thick fog in some areas. Right now, not really seeing much of that, just a little bit of patchy fog here along Interstate 40 around the plateau as well. Most of us, though, not really seeing anything too bad at all this morning, so good news at least right there. Current temperatures, they're in the low to mid 60s. We're at 64 here in Nashville. Columbia coming in just a little bit lower, 61 down there. And for your bus stop forecast this morning, by 6 a.m., I think we'll start to lose a little bit of that cloud cover a little bit later on in the morning, but partly cloudy skies to start it out. Mid 60s by 6, mid 60s by 7, and then by 8 o'clock, we should have a temperature near 67. Later on today, we will warm up nicely. Temperatures going well above normal for this time of year. Low to mid 80s throughout most of the afternoon. Could hit 87 briefly for our high temperature today. Saturday and Sunday, upper 80s again. And then Monday through Thursday, more fall-like weather arrives. We'll get plenty of sunshine. We're going to stay dry. High temperatures in the mid 70s with overnight low temperatures Monday night through Wednesday night near 50.
All right, Brett, thank you so much. We're going to now check in for a steer clear traffic update. It's a Friday, so let's head over to the airport. Typically busy this time of the day as we continue on. Right now, this spot is looking very good. I-40 Donaldson Pike. If you're heading out to this area, we are giving you the green light right now.
We have an update as striking port workers on the East and Gulf Coast say they have reached a tentative contract agreement. This deal amounts to a $4 an hour raise for each of the 6 years of that contract. The 50-some thousand union members will return to the job today. Workers promised to begin shipping and receiving products immediately. They said they are doing this as a good faith gesture to say, you know, they don't want to shut down our economy or shut down the ports. So they're going to go back to work today while they hammer out all the final details of that new agreement.
Coming up on Fox 17 News, a daring rescue during Hurricane Helene. Fox 17 News speaking exclusively with a man who jumped into the floodwaters to save a woman in trouble.
And a big bust after a long bus ride. We'll tell you all the fentanyl-laced pills.
Trade stocks using information that only they get. It's a rigged game.
Mark Green is one of the biggest abusers of congressional stock trade, beating the stock market by a whopping 400%. After receiving exclusive closed-door briefings and pushing bills to help industries he's invested in.
I'll shut it down by banning stock trading by all members of Congress. I'm Megan Barry, and I approve this message.
Tom Brady, the broadcaster? Why do it? Tommy, why?
Yeah, Tommy. Why don't you lay on a beach getting fat on pina coladas? They don't understand that our football journey isn't even close to done. Because you're Tom freaking Brady.
One day, you'll be the greatest there ever was.
Back to work.
Sunday at 3 on Fox 17.
Wow, that's a lot of food.
I saved so much money at Budget Breaks tonight. I'm eating like a king.
That's great, Hal.
Budget Breaks. Breaks starting at just $100.
Welcome back to Fox 17 News this morning. 5:08 is your time. Dramatic video coming out yet again. It's a new day, and so we're getting new views of some of the water rescues in western North Carolina. This one is viral. What's more dramatic is the story behind it. All right. So floodwaters trap a woman named Leslie Worth in her Grassy Creek home. Eddie Hunnell heard her screaming from an inn nearby. He was there getting ready for his son's wedding rehearsal party when he decided to jump into action.
He spoke exclusively with Fox 17 News about this daring rescue.
When the roof was coming down and I watched it hit it, I ran back down to where the canoe was 50 yards downstream and got in the canoe again after the house started moving, and it got stuck on those big trees. And that's when we were just telling her to jump out.
Erica and I both watched this rescue, and it was just captivating. I mean, it was hard to turn away. So you can watch them walking up the bank here, coming to safety. He was able to get through that strong current and Leslie Worth. Her life saved there. When all was said and done, Mr. Hunnell invited Worth and her husband to come join them at the rehearsal dinner.
Oh my gosh.
That they kept, on the calendar. They went through with that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, we asked, and you were certainly answering the call. You are showing up and giving back in such a big way. So far, you have donated more than $110,000 to Sinclair Cares Hurricane Helene Relief. It's our ongoing campaign, really ramping up this Friday. We are partnering with the Salvation Army and our parent company, Sinclair Broadcast Group, to help with ongoing disaster relief efforts. And Sinclair, really good news here, is matching the first $50,000 raised. So if you want to help out, you can scan the QR code that we're going to continue sharing throughout this Friday morning. Or maybe you don't want to use the QR code. Okay, we get that too. Go to sinclaircares.com to make a donation.
Operation Crime and Justice right now, a big find at a Nashville bus stop. Let's take a look here as Metro Police arrest Ivan Corrales. In downtown Nashville, officers said he got off a bus carrying a big duffel bag. Well, in that duffel bag, they said they found nearly 10,000 counterfeit pills that contained fentanyl. This guy apparently came here from Texas and told investigators that he got the pills in El Paso. Corrales is charged with possession of fentanyl with the intent to sell it here in the mid-state.
In crisis in the classroom, a Goodlettsville Middle School student is now charged with making a bomb threat. Police say that he stood up in front of his class and then went ahead and announced that he planned to blow up the school.
That boy is in the 7th grade at Goodlettsville Middle and will face a judge in juvenile court.
Crisis in the classroom is our Fox 17 News commitment to not only exposing problems in our schools, but also finding solutions. If you're ever watching and you think, hey, I have a story that you all need to share, do us a favor, send us an email to news@fox17.com or call our tip line. The number is 615-266-4149.
We're going to be staying in this dry pattern for the next several days, with the exception we could get a few isolated showers along the plateau a little bit later on today, but overall a very dry pattern that we're in. I'll show you how long this dry pattern could stick around coming up here after the break.
This Fox 17 This Morning newscast is brought to you by Infinity.
Right now on Fox 17 News, we are following this breaking news. Take a look at the scene out of Metro Center where police say one person was hurt in a shooting. This all happening at the 7-Eleven on Rosa Parks Boulevard, right at the intersection of Dominican Drive. So we have our news team out there getting some more information, and we'll share an update in a couple of minutes.
Right now at 5:14.
But I will say this, I've done a lot of disasters in my day as governor, and the turnaround was actually really quick for both of these declarations. We expedited them quicker out of our offices, and the government turned them around quicker.
That is Tennessee Governor Bill Lee responding to the flood recovery efforts in East Tennessee, which have come under a lot of criticism. So many people living in eastern Tennessee say that the help has not come fast enough, especially as it pertains to FEMA. But our governor met with state workers providing critical support to those in need. This comes as 7 of our Tennessee counties have now been approved for federal funding.
Go ahead and take a look at this new video coming to us of Douglas Lake over in Sevier County. Now this lake, you can see covered in debris, was washed in by the flooding. TVA says they're going to be putting in a 1-mile boom right across this lake to hopefully keep that debris from clogging up the nearby Douglas Dam.
Also new this morning, we've got thousands of linemen slowly getting power back on to portions of Asheville, North Carolina after that storm. This is such a daunting task. Their entire infrastructure is down, so these crews are working around the clock to essentially rebuild the energy grid. They're staying in trailers at a local outlet mall when they're not working. I mean, in case you're not familiar, these linemen who respond like this are kind of like hotshot crews for big fires. So they go wherever they're needed. They usually stay in hotels or motels, but a lot of these workers are staying in trailers in the parking lot of that outlet mall in Asheville. Duke Energy is the company that is overseeing this whole thing. They describe some of the unique challenges that these line crews are facing.
This has been a historic storm. We've never had one like this. We've never had this level of flooding. So it's not just poles and wires that are down. It's the backbone of our system, the transmission infrastructure.
So the target here is to have most of the power restored by tonight. If that happens, that would be huge. But for now, thousands of people are still waiting for the lights to come back on.
And Jen, like you just said, it's a very daunting task. We are going to take a look at the national outage map and some of the hardest hit areas. And it does look like some progress is being made in states with the red zone is. We're going to look over at South Carolina, I believe. If we click on South Carolina, it talks about the number of outages here. Yep. So 287,000 customers impacted there. If we go on over to a different state, North Carolina, 244,000. So they still have a long way to go. For folks who are without power, it can feel like it's never ending.
It's interesting, too, that Tennessee is not even showing on the map as having any outages right now. What do they say? Well, about 1,100. So they're saying not enough to really make a dent on the map. But we just know that so many families are still suffering.
Oh, yeah. And looking at this map, I'm reminded of folks that have, of course, a lot of family in South Carolina who still does not have power in surrounding counties.
Yeah.
And that includes hospitals.
Widespread.
Or at least medical clinics, I should say.
It's almost like a ripple effect. Out from the storm zone. All right, 5:17 right now. Let's get a check of our weekend forecast. Friday is here, and so is our Code Red meteorologist, Brett Luna.
And you know, I think this weekend is looking great. So if y'all have any outdoor plans, beautiful weekend for any of those.
How about Friday night football?
I was just about to tell you, too. All those Friday night football games look awesome, too. Last one was quite rainy. Some of those games were even just canceled altogether. But this Friday looks awesome. So any of those games tonight, great weather for any of those. We're going to stay in a pretty dry stretch, though, as we head through the next several days. The only exception to that might be a few spotty showers along the plateau later on this afternoon. Otherwise, it will be dry for most everybody else today. And this dry stretch could last with us for a while, too. It could last all the way through October 15th at least. So these rain chances are going to be very slim for the next couple of weeks. I want to show you this map, too. The percent of normal rainfall. This is from over the past 30 days. Every area here in Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky that's in green or blue has seen 100% or above that total amounts of the normal rainfall. Just a little bit lower, about 80 to 90% down there in our more southern counties, closer to Interstate 65. Most all of that, though, came with Helene, and it did a great thing for our drought situation. I was showing the map yesterday. That was the old map. It was showing level 2 and level 3 out of 4 drought for most of us. Now we're only looking at level 1 drought in that shade of tan, level 2 drought in that shade of orange down there. All this yellow, this is just abnormally dry conditions. So great improvement with our drought thanks to Helene. At least for us in Middle Tennessee, that was some beneficial rainfall. Any of those college football games on Saturday, some of our local teams, Tennessee versus Arkansas, that's going to be in Fayetteville. Great weather for that game. Vandy versus Alabama, that's going to be here in Nashville. 84 degrees for that game. Kickoff at 3:15. TSU, Tennessee Tech game, beautiful weather for those two. Overall, just a fantastic Saturday for you. Sunday is going to be more of the same, too. If you have any plans on Sunday, it's going to be a warm one. We could get close to 90 degrees as of right now, going with a high temperature around 88 for us on Sunday. Just beautiful weather with plenty of sunshine, and these temperatures are going to be warmer than normal. As we head on into next week, though, more fall-like air is going to arrive. I'll show you what some of those temperatures are looking like and what some of our overnight low temperatures could drop down to coming up here in just a little bit.
Definitely a weekend, if you can, to get outside and enjoy those temperatures. We're going to check in now for a steer clear traffic update for you. We just did a quick look at our SmartWay traffic maps, not seeing any issues at hand. So let's go ahead and take a live look north of downtown. This is showing you I-65 over at Trendy Lane. Not seeing a lot of traffic out there. I don't see any vehicles pulled over on the shoulders. No crashes. This is all very good. So we'll do another quick check of your steer clear traffic for you in just a couple of minutes.
Right now, taking a live look this morning from West End as we're getting ready for some weekend college football happening tomorrow. The Alabama Crimson Tide coming to Nashville to play the Vanderbilt Commodores. Now, they're already here, but, you know, getting set up for the game tomorrow. Live look from the stadium right now. That matchup starts at 3:15. This will be the third time in 10 years that Vandy and Bama will play.
Historically, Alabama has dominated Vanderbilt, but we'll see what happens on Saturday afternoon. The game is going to broadcast over on SEC Network. Go Vandy.
Yeah. Addressing top concerns this morning and going to Nashville's mayor to find. Welcome back to Fox 17 News this morning. Your time is 5:23. There is a new study called Imagine Nashville that shows locals are concerned most about transportation and affordable housing in the heart of Nashville.
The research shows many folks feel growth is worsening the key issues. So Fox 17 News, we spoke with Mayor Freddie O'Connell about his more than $3 billion transportation initiative, which is going to be on the November ballot. Now, the mayor says affordable housing and public transit, they go hand in hand.
is absolutely for people who can take advantage of all of the safe, affordable, convenient options. And if we expand those, that will expand to tens of thousands of Nashvillians. There's financial empowerment structured into that is directly related to housing.
So the plan emphasizes public transit, new facilities, extended WeGo, in other words, bus hours, improved sidewalks, upgraded traffic signals, a lot of this funded by federal grants. The city would go into debt for a portion of it, and then they would also put in a 0.5% sales tax hike.
And we are kind of locked into a pretty dry pattern here across Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky for the next few days. Might see a few isolated showers a little bit later on this afternoon along the plateau, but that's going to be about it. Radar not picking up on any rain anywhere close to us here in Tennessee or Kentucky. There are some showers and thunderstorms down there along the Gulf of Mexico, but that's about as close as it gets to us right now. Current temperatures are in the low to mid 60s for most spots. Paris coming in a little bit lower, 59 over there. Here in Nashville, we're at 64, low to mid 60s out further to the east as well. So overall, not off to a terrible start this morning. Also, not having to deal with that fog this morning like we had yesterday morning. It was thick fog out there yesterday morning. By noon, we'll have temperatures in the lower 80s. By 2 p.m. in the mid 80s, and then by 4 o'clock, high temperatures, or those temperatures should be dropping back down into the lower 80s. Just a beautiful day for you if you have any outdoor plans later on this afternoon. And if you want to go out grilling later on today too, great weather for that. I think we'll stay dry for nearly all locations. Temperatures by about 7, 8 o'clock are going to drop down back into the 70s. And then for the weekend, that beautiful weather will continue. High temperatures should be in the upper 80s Saturday and Sunday. A great weekend ahead, but more fall-like weather is on the way by early next week. I'll have more details on that here in just a bit.
Well, October is National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and there are going to be multiple events happening all across the city.
Today, they're going to be spreading awareness at Tanger Outlets. They have a pink party. This features a social hour. They're going to have food and drinks and all kinds of activities for you and the family. They're also asking you to make a small donation that will go toward the Breast Cancer Research Foundation.
A quick check of your traffic right now. Let's go ahead and see what's happening here north of downtown I-65 at Trending Lane. Looking.
Switch to this conference. It changes every second. But big noon. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to know it's on the same time, on the same channel, on every TV in the country. College football is complicated, but big noon? Hey, Hudge fan.
The Triple Option Podcast, presented by Wendy's. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Watch Crisis in the Classroom on Fox 17 News at 5:30.
You're watching Fox 17 News This Morning, your Code Red station.
Now on Fox 17 News this Friday morning, a shooting at a convenience store leaving one person injured and police with no leads.
We're getting brand new looks this morning at video coming in from East Tennessee and Western North Carolina. Check this out, new video from a huge lake filled with debris. Plus, we're taking a better look this morning at how to get around some of the interstate closures.
And many folks coming together to help each other out after Hurricane Helene, but some trying to take advantage. We're going to tell you how to spot the schemes that target your money.
Good morning to you. 5:29 is the time. We do have breaking news this morning. Metro Police on the scene as one person has been hurt in a shooting in Metro Center.
Yeah, that shooting on Rosa Parks Boulevard. Our Fox 17 News reporter Madeline Nolan getting the very latest updates from the scene. Madeline, what have you heard? I know you've been out there since 4 o'clock.
Hey, good morning. We are still here again on Rosa Parks Boulevard, right in front of the 7-Eleven. Now, police do say that this happened behind the 7-Eleven here, but at this time, we do know that one person was shot in the leg and taken to the hospital after again being shot here. We are still working on getting more information. However, we do know that police are beginning to wrap up. They have since taken down that crime scene tape that we saw earlier here in the back of the 7-Eleven. But it is quite busy already this morning, and it's only 5:30. So definitely a highly traveled 7-Eleven here again on Rosa Parks Boulevard in the Metro Center area. Again, we do know at this time that one person was taken to the hospital after being shot in the leg, and that is according to Metro Police here. They are still working to, again, identify a suspect, but as soon as we have any more information, we will be sure to keep you all updated. But I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio for now.
All right, Madeline, thank you. 5:30 now, and tracking Helene's aftermath. I want to show you more of this brand new video coming to us from Douglas Lake. Folks, this is in Sevier County. This is just outside of places like Pigeon Forge and Gatlinburg. This lake, Douglas Lake, covered with debris in a lot of spots. The TVA says they're going to put a 1-mile boom across the lake to keep that debris from clogging up the Douglas Dam.
Wow, seeing that video.
Yeah.
Well, 2 major interstate bridges destroyed because of Hurricane Helene. We're now looking at the recommended detours by North Carolina's Department of Transportation. Okay, take a look at this map right behind me here to get some more information. To get to North Carolina or to South Carolina, you cannot use I-40 West or I-26 West because the bridges were washed out. We talked about that. So instead, you have to go ahead and take I-81, then I-77 down to Charlotte, and then ultimately to South Carolina. I know this route very well because I just did it last weekend and I'm doing it this weekend. We're going to check in now with our Code Red meteorologist, though. Good morning, Brett.
Yeah, good morning, Erica. Good travel weather for you, too. Not really going to have to worry about any sort of rain as we head through the next several days. So right now, we are off to a dry start. Radar not able to pick up on any rainfall anywhere too close to us. We have some showers down here along the Gulf Coast, but that is about it. So dry right now. I think most areas are going to stay dry through the remainder of today, too. We might get a few isolated showers along the plateau. I think that's going to be about it, though. Visibility not near as bad as what we were seeing at this time yesterday morning. Yesterday, there was some thick fog across Middle Tennessee. Right now, though, most areas doing pretty good. Not really having to worry about any of that. Current temperatures are in the 60s for most spots. Paris at 59, the lowest spot on the map. Nashville, we're at 64. Other 64s along the plateau. 66, the current temperature in Murfreesboro, coming in as one of the warmer spots on the map. So for your bus stop forecast, temperatures by 7 o'clock should be around the mid 60s, and then by 8 o'clock around 67 for that temperature. Then we are starting out with a few more clouds this morning, but then later on today, those clouds are going to break up pretty good, and that's going to leave us with plenty of sunshine through the afternoon. 82 your temperature by noon, and then 83 by 5 o'clock. I think we could top out at 87 for our high temperature this afternoon. 87 again on Saturday. Sunday could be the warmest day, 88, so pushing close to 90 degrees on Sunday, a couple degrees shy of it. Monday through Thursday, more fall-like weather does arrive, plenty of sunshine. We're going to be staying dry too. High temperatures Monday through Thursday in the mid-70s. Overnight low temperatures, those will be down to the lower 50s Monday night through Wednesday night.
Upper 80s in October. All right, thank you, Brad. Let's take a look at I-40. This is at Donaldson Pike, over close to the airport. Traffic over there moving along really well. No big problems up there. We know that the exit for B&A in particular can be very busy, especially on Fridays. But so far this morning, we've not seen any major backups in that area. We're watching overnight construction at I-24 near Briley Parkway in Antioch. So far, we're looking good over there. They've picked up the cones, moved them to the side of the road, so no more big problems as you make that drive in from Antioch. We'll have your latest drive times and all of that coming up here very soon.
In Operation Crime and Justice, there is an Antioch postal worker now indicted on charges of throwing away piles of mail. I remember this story, seeing the pieces of mail that were being tossed into the trash can, which took me back to that video.
I know. So now indicted. This is resulting in what happened back in August when a woman used her cell phone to shoot this video. Investigators say the man you see right here is 33-year-old DeJuan Butler, taking baskets of mail from his mail truck and throwing it into dumpsters behind a strip mall. If convicted, he faces up to 5 years in prison. Thanks to this video, other Postal Service employees were able to recover all of that mail.
All because of that video. Yeah. Wild story there. While so many folks are trying to get some help during this time of disaster, unfortunately, there is also an increased risk for schemes and fraud. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, TBI, says be on the lookout for insurance schemes. Remember, if the offer seems too good to be true, it probably is. Also, just be aware of price gouging when it comes to gas stations and unusual price hikes at certain stores. And finally, always be on the lookout for false charity advertisements.
Well, the cooler weather means we're getting closer to cold and the flu season. We're going to take a look at the impact for our kiddos.
And later in this hour, a skydiving company turning their plane to a supply hauler for Tennesseans in need.
Join Fox 17 News to help the Salvation Army continue to provide meals and assistance through Sinclair Cares Hurricane Helene Relief. Donate today.
Katie, it's future you. Constipation with belly pain again? Our doctor figured it out. She said it's IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess is not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Get ahead of it. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn how AbbVie and Ironwood could help you save.
I need to cancel my membership. Disgusting.
Canceling your gym membership is hard.
Excuse me, members, we have a quitter.
Hiring Morgan & Morgan for your injury is easy.
Forget it, I'll keep it.
Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, is easy.
Knowing someone is there for you means a lot. So when you're ready for Medicare, Blue Cross will be your guide every step of the way. For nearly 80 years, we've helped Tennesseans find the right health insurance plans. Reach out and we'll walk you through our Blue Advantage PPO plans that include a $0 primary care copay with a wide choice of in-network providers, $0 premium options, $0 generic drug copay options, dental coverage options, and an over-the-counter allowance. Plus, we also offer vision coverage, a free fitness program, and a $0 telehealth copay. And when you choose the only Blue plan in Tennessee, another benefit is personal, live, and local support. Visit us online or call us at 1-888-743-6531.
Fox 17 News, winner of the prestigious Regional Edward R. Murrow Award. Our continuing coverage on Ariel Rose shined a light on a problem that may have gone unnoticed, helping spark change in Middle Tennessee. The Murrow Awards are among the most respected journalism awards in the world. Fox 17 News, winner of the Regional Murrow Award.
We track storms so you don't have to, alerting you in advance. Fox 17 News, Code Red Weather.
Welcome back to Fox 17 News this morning. 5:37 is your time, and we're giving you a live look down on Lower Broadway to kick off your Friday morning. Also, as we kick off Friday, we have WWE Friday Night SmackDown in town at Bridgestone Arena. Things are going to get wild right around 7 o'clock tonight, but we know a lot of those folks will be out partying before and after that as well. So just a heads up for you, we've always got stuff going on here in the heart of downtown Nashville. That WWE SmackDown, again, starting at 7 o'clock.
In health news right now, it's virus season, unfortunately, and one big risk for babies and older children is RSV. The respiratory virus can be life-threatening for the very young and those with pre-existing health conditions.
Because of immature lungs, and they're not able to get rid of all that phlegm or blow their noses.
Well, Dr. Mora says the best protection, she says in her opinion, is the RSV vaccination. It's recommended for all pregnant people between 32 and 36 weeks of pregnancy.
5:38, definitely cooler this morning, Brett, and I think that's a trend that's probably going to stick around for a bit.
Yeah, you know, we're gonna get some really nice low temperatures coming up too next week. I think we'll have those in the lower 50s, so much cooler than what we've seen lately. So really good on that front if you like that colder weather. I want to show you what's going on down here in the tropics, though. This shade of orange right here. The National Hurricane Center now giving that area a 40% chance of developing into either a tropical depression or a tropical storm within the next 7 days. As of right now, though, it doesn't look like it's going to have any impact on us. It looks like it could bring some heavy rainfall to parts of Florida, though. We'll just have to wait and see, though, and see what happens down there. But overall, right now, not looking too bad. And then out further to the east of that, I was talking about these two storms the other day. This is Hurricane Kirk. It's now strengthened to a Category 4 hurricane, 145-mile-an-hour maximum sustained winds winds with Hurricane Kirk. So Category 4 there. And then to the southeast of that, we have Tropical Storm Leslie. Tropical Storm Leslie now has maximum sustained winds of 60 miles an hour. So strong winds with that one too. Kirk is not going to cause us any sort of issues. That path is going to keep it well out at sea. And we're looking at a pretty similar setup with Tropical Storm Leslie as well. This is going to stay well out to the sea. Right now it's a little bit off the coast of Africa, but again, no impacts from Kirk or Tropical Storm Leslie here on our weather in Middle Tennessee or Kentucky.
Steer clear traffic takes us over to I-24 at Old Hickory Boulevard. This is over in the Antioch area. You can see traffic there moving along really well, coming in there from the south and east part of the viewing area. Places like Laverne, Smyrna, this is part of your drive. Murfreesboro as well. We're doing well so far this morning. Your overall drive times also all in the green so far. From Mount Juliet to Murfreesboro to Franklin, we're doing okay. North, south, east, and west. We'll continue to follow things as traffic builds up here as we move towards our 6 o'clock hour.
A skydiving company is flying into East Tennessee with planes full of supplies. Welcome back to Fox 17 News this morning. Your time is 5:43. Operation Crime and Justice. Metro Police arrest a woman accused of sending sexually explicit images and videos of children online.
Police say Letha Milton Walker was connected to private chats on the messaging app called Kik. And after an investigation, they found out that her email address and apartment location were linked to these accounts. That woman right here on your screen is currently being held on an $80,000 bond.
3 former Memphis police officers now convicted on federal charges in the beating death of Tyree Nichols.
We do understand the federal jury found Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, and Justin Smith guilty of witness tampering. But they also acquitted Bean and Smith of all civil rights charges. Haley was convicted depriving Nichols of his civil rights through bodily harm. Here's Nichols' mother speaking after this verdict.
This has been a long journey for our family. I'm actually in shock right now because I still can't believe all this stuff is going on. But we're happy that they all have been convicted and they have been arrested.
The 2 other officers charged in this case pleaded guilty to some federal charges and testified during this weeks-long trial. A state trial is still in the works, though.
For those of you who are keeping up with the aftermath of Helene and all of these families so deeply impacted in East Tennessee and Western North Carolina, you have probably heard the sentiment now that they feel like the government is not coming for them to help them. So we've got a lot of people and private groups that are taking matters into their own hands, doing everything they can. For example, a skydiving business flying in to help East Tennessee.
Yeah, it's going to those who are cut off from the resources that we talked about from Hurricane Helene, the impacts of all of that. The Ohio company Start Skydiving, that's the name of it, is bringing in diapers, water, toilet paper, look at this, and other essentials to Mountain City that is over in Johnson County. It's right on the North Carolina border.
And although we still have so many roads that are blocked or washed away, these planes can land on the local airport's runway. The business will make several supply trips each day, and they'll do this for about a week going forward. You know, one of those small little private airstrips is not far from Greenville in Tusculum. And they've been using that little airstrip in the neighborhood to bring supplies in and out for people.
We also want to make sure that you are aware that Fox 17 News, we are partnering with the Salvation Army and our parent company for Sinclair Care's Hurricane Helene relief. And we're making it easy for you to go ahead and donate to make a difference. If you get out your phone and you scan the QR code that we have here on the screen, that will allow you to make a donation. And it's going to go towards clean water, those food, the cleanup kits that so many folks desperately need.
Yeah, we wanted to be transparent about what we're doing with that money so that you can feel good about making that donation. Sinclair pledging to match the first $50,000. Well, we've already done that because thanks to you, we have raised more than $100,000. So the Sinclair match is in effect. If you want to scan that QR code, you can do it with your smartphone. If you don't like that kind of a thing, you can go to sinclaircares.com and search up the best way for you to donate.
Let's talk about what's happening this weekend when it comes to sports. A Crimson Tide certainly rolling into Nashville as Vanderbilt football prepares to host Alabama on Saturday.
Fox 17 photojournalist Madison Spraker live this morning over on West End, just off the campus of Vanderbilt University. The game tomorrow is at 3:15 at First Bank Stadium. We got the new signage out there this year.
Looks
with the new
good.
Sponsorship. So this is in the parking lot behind Jay Alexander's. I was tailgating in this parking lot a few weeks ago for the Virginia Tech game.
All right, go Jen.
I'm going to tell you what, though. If you are going to the game and you have not been to a Vanderbilt football game yet this season, there is a ton of construction. You need to give yourself a lot of extra time to find a place to park, to walk, and then pay extra close attention as you try to make your way into the stadium. It's like a cattle call because of all of the blockades, because of construction. They've got gates and barriers and fences and all that stuff. So it is a bit of a mess. So like I said, plan ahead and give yourself some extra time.
That's why we're keeping you prepared. Right now, though, let's check in for our Code Red meteorologist update. The weather is going to be fantastic for the game.
Yeah, any of those games around town and really across a lot of the country, down in this part of our country. Beautiful weather for them. It's going to be warmer than normal, too, so not going to have to deal with any storms, no cold weather. Temperatures will be well above normal, but great weather for any of those games on a Saturday. Sunday weather looking really good, too. And then for all those high school football games tonight, beautiful weather for those as well. Last week, it was really rainy last Friday. Not going to have to worry about any of that this Friday, though. So what's trending? Just above average temperatures for the next few days, and along with dry conditions, too. I think we might get a few isolated showers along the plateau later on this afternoon, but that's about it. That's probably going to be one of the only rain chances that we see for the next several days. We might keep this dry streak going until about October 15th or so. So dry conditions will continue through the afternoon. We're going to stay dry for most all locations here across Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky. For tomorrow morning, we're off to a dry start. We're going to stay dry through the rest of tomorrow as well. Plenty of sunshine for us on Saturday, just maybe a few spotty clouds. That's about it, though, on a Saturday. Sunday morning, we'll be off to another dry start. We'll stay dry through the rest of Sunday. And then as we head on into early this upcoming week, too, we're going to keep those dry conditions in place. Different story, though, for parts of Florida. I think parts of Florida could pick up a significant amount of rainfall over the next several days. Could be looking at a little bit of tropical development down there in the Gulf of Mexico, so we're going to keep our eye out on that. But regardless, if that actually forms into a tropical system, parts of Florida could get quite rainy if you have any fall break plans a little bit later on headed down that direction. Wednesday, we're dry here in Tennessee, though, and Kentucky, and I want to show you these temperatures real quick, too, on the 7-day forecast. Highs will be in the upper 80s through the weekend, and then that fall air arrives for next week. Temperatures dropping down to the mid-70s Monday through Thursday. Overnight low temperatures in the lower 50s Monday night through Wednesday night.
Stay clear traffic. Let's get you out to I-24. This is going to be at Waldron Road. You make that drive in from Laverne this morning in Rutherford County. Looking really nice so far. No big problems or slowdowns or slow ups anywhere. We were doing some overnight construction at one point. All of that has now cleared up as well. So no more barrels out there on the roads, at least not right now. Things can change as we get closer to the daylight hours and into the weekend. This is I-40 at White Bridge Road over on the west side. Sleeping trucks, but nothing else to get in your way.
Justin, thank you. Talking about trucks, listen to this. Tesla is now recalling more than 27,000 Cybertrucks. It's all about an issue with the rear view camera.
So the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says the display can stay blank for about 8 seconds after the truck is put in reverse. Tesla has released a software update to fix it.
We're looking ahead back to sports now, talking about tonight and other primetime college football games on Fox 17. It's going to be number 6 Oregon versus Michigan State. That game starts at 8 p.m. on Fox 17.
And then we've got a big day of college football tomorrow. First up, UCLA plays Penn State at 11 a.m. and then catch Baylor taking on Iowa State at 6:30. Then don't miss Tennessee Tech battling it out with Arizona starting at 10 p.m.
But what about Sunday? That's going to be NFL on Fox 17. We have the San Francisco 49ers and the Arizona Cardinals in the afternoon. That's going to be at 3 o'clock.
Spirit Airlines on shaky ground, reportedly. They claim the COVID pandemic may have knocked them all out of whack. We'll see what that could mean for the future.
After receiving exclusive closed-door briefings and pushing bills to help industries he's invested in.
I'll shut it down by banning stock trading by all members of Congress. I'm Megan Barry, and I approve this message.
Fox 17 News, investigating stories that impact you. For over 4 years, Fox 17 News has investigated violent offenders receiving little to no bond.
The system overall continues to fail people.
We've interviewed government officials and victim advocates about the impact low or no bonds has on public safety.
The people of Tennessee
are being murdered and raped and robbed by repeat violent felons.
Innocent people get victimized and oftentimes killed.
Fox 17 News has shown numerous real-life examples of releasing high-risk offenders with minimal bond.
There's gunshots. The guy is dead.
Suspect was out on a $55,000 bail.
As a result of our coverage, Fox 17 News has sparked change, leading to new laws focused on safety.
New laws that take effect July 1st include putting public safety first when determining bond, and a suspect's inability to pay can no longer be a consideration for bond.
To see more of this story, go to fox17.com. And for more stories like this, watch Fox 17 News at 9.
Wow, that's a lot of food.
I saved so much money on budget breaks tonight. I'm eating like a king.
That's great, Hal.
Budget breaks. Breaks starting at just $100.
Welcome back to Fox 17 News this morning. It is 5:54 right now, and we are glad you're here with us to kick off your Friday. It is October 4th, and this live look into downtown, nice and calm, nice and quiet, nice and cool to kick off your weekend. Friday night football weather looks fantastic. College football weather Saturday looks good. And then don't forget the Titans are off this weekend. This is their bye week, so no NFL action here. Let's get to more of our headlines now.
You had me at Friday, Jen. Let's talk about some business news on this Friday morning. Budget airline Spirit could be going bankrupt, and now we're getting some more details about why. A Wall Street Journal report says Spirit Airlines and its bondholders are now talking about the possibility of filing for bankruptcy. Spirit's last annual profit came before the COVID-19 pandemic, and it did not bounce back like other airlines. Spirit operates at Nashville's International Airport, and it's not known as of right now what bankruptcy could mean for those flights.
Hey, check this out. Western Kentucky University, WKU, reveals new uniforms that feature a pair of googly eyes on their helmet. In case you're not familiar, maybe you're new to the area, those googly eyes are part of their mascot, Big Red, which is a huge red furry creature. The Hilltoppers of Western Kentucky beat University of Texas El Paso, also known as UTEP, 21-13 last night. We got to feel like the googly eyes had something to do with it.
I like that.
I mean, it's intimidating. Imagine you're another player.
I don't know about intimidating.
And you see those googly
eyes. It would
eyes
make me laugh more than anything.
It's a distraction, right?
Yes, distraction.
How funny. Googly eyes. Maybe they're here to stay. Hey, let's check this out now. A moose decides to roam into a pool in New Hampshire. Happened just yesterday. Need a little help getting out, and of course it's all caught on video. The rescue right here. Let's watch. You can see it's underneath the pool cover. I believe we're looking at the mooses behind there. It's about to get turned around. Officers went in. Come on, buddy. You can do it. Officers go in. They pull back the pool cover, and there we go.
Well, that's good. Everyone was there out there safely.
That's a nice
you got to be careful because sometimes moose are not very friendly. So.
And then it just wandered on off.
Oops.
Needed a
Oopsie
bath.
Daisy. Well, you know what? If you want to take a dip in the pool this weekend, let's check in with our code-red meteorologist because
it might be warm enough.
It might be the last time you can get in there before we start really cooling down.
Yeah, I mean, that actual air temperature is going to be good for anything outdoors. I don't know how cold that water is going to be, but temperatures could be in the 80s later on this afternoon. So beautiful weather will continue through the weekend. As far as the rain goes, only a spot shower possible around the plateau a little bit later on today. Otherwise, most all of us will be staying on the dry side, and that dry spell could last for several days. It might not be until after October 15th or so that we start to get a little bit better rainfall chance. I want to show you this map too. This is the percent of normal from over the past 30 days across Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky. Everybody in green and blues, that's indicating anywhere from 100% to even more than that. Some areas pushing up closer to 150% or so, except for down here in our southern areas right there along Interstate 65, about 90% of normal or so. But still, a lot of that help came from Helene. We had very beneficial rainfall across Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky. Really helped out our drought situation. Right now, just level 1 drought in that shade of tan, level 2 drought in that shade of orange right there. All this yellow just means abnormally dry conditions, not even necessarily a drought classification for those areas. The map that I was showing yesterday that did not take into account any of that rainfall from Helene, that map had level 2 and level 3 out of 4 drought across most of Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky. Again, if you have any plans for the football games later on this weekend, the weather for you Saturday is looking great. We'll see mostly sunny skies through most of it and temperatures well above normal.
Steer clear traffic. Let's get you out to I-24. This is at Hickory Hollow Parkway over the Antioch area. Traffic there moving along really well. Keep in mind, they are doing a massive repaving project across the city over the next several months and maybe even years here, as I looked at their 3-year plan earlier this morning, where they're going to be doing some work well into 2026, they say. But right now, no lanes are closed. You're doing good as you get out the door this morning there. This is 40 at 46th Avenue over in the Nations, also looking wide open and smooth this morning.
Right now, we're talking more about taxes. A way to file taxes online for free now becoming permanent.
And this is getting some upgrades for the next year. So let's take a look. This is part of the IRS Direct File program being expanded into now 24 states, and Tennessee is covered. However, Kentucky is not. This year's upgrades will help with filing tax credits for children, anyone who is a senior citizen, anyone with disabilities, people who have student loan expenses, and more.
You're watching Fox 17 News This Morning, your Code Red station.
Now on Fox 17 News this Friday morning, country superstar Garth Brooks accused of sexual assault and battery. Who made those accusations and how he is now responding.
And Fox 17 News speaking with the man who pulled a woman from this raging river amid Helene's aftermath. It is an incredible story of survival, people coming together to help each other, and we'll share more of that coming up in moments.
Right now, though, making headlines, country superstar Garth Brooks accused of sexual assault and battery in a new lawsuit, and the allegations are graphic.
The woman behind the lawsuit was Garth Brooks' makeup artist and hairstylist. The victim, identified in the lawsuit simply as Jane Rowe, is accusing Garth Brooks of sexually assaulting her while she was working an event. Rowe's attorney, Douglas Wigdor, says following this whole thing, Rowe was pressured to continue business as usual. That attorney also says she repeatedly tried to ward off his advances, but he would not back down. Now, we have heard from Garth Brooks about this. His full statement is right now on fox17.com. And by the way, we will continue to follow the story and any developments as they come in live through 9 a.m.
We are continuing to have our coverage about Hurricane Helene and the impacts, and as flags fly at half-staff over our state Tennessee capital, the number of people who have lost their life due to Helene now increasing to more than 220 across the South.
11 of those deaths are here in Tennessee, and now recovery is a priority. Governor Bill Lee visiting flood-damaged Newport in Cook County yesterday and talked about rumors that government agencies are confiscating donations to storm victims.
There's a lot of misinformation. In fact, there's some belief and understanding that may be coming from foreign sources just to confuse on the ground what's happening here. There's no confiscation of supplies or of products coming in by FEMA or TEMA.
And now we're getting some more updates out of North Carolina, where a dangerous and daring rescue took place. A woman trapped on the roof of a floating house. In Fox 17 News, we spoke with the man who jumped into the river and saved her.
Floodwaters trapped that woman, Leslie Worth, in her Grassy Creek home. You can see the home floating down the river here. She has on a life jacket. She jumps out into the water, and so we see her floating. Eddie Hunnell heard her screaming. He was there for his son's wedding rehearsal and decided he was going to take action. Now, he was in that canoe, decided he couldn't make any progress in the canoe, so he jumped out as well. So the both of them are going down this river, going through debris and everything, but Mr. Hunnell finally gets to her and pulls her to the shore. And that's where you see other folks standing by waiting with a rope to get them up to safety.
When the roof was coming down and I watched it hit it, I ran back down to where the canoe was 50 yards downstream and got in the canoe again after the house started moving, and it got stuck on those big trees. And that's when we were just telling her to jump out.
Wow. Wow. Oh my gosh.
Incredible stuff there. Now, Fox 17 News, as we continue to tell these stories, just want you to know that this will be part of our coverage going forward. And a lot of it is that humanity, right? People helping people to do things that they say in a lot of cases the government can't do or won't do. By the way, as it pertains to these two, this man and this woman, Mr. Hunnell invited Miss Worth and her entire family to come join them at their rehearsal dinner, and they did. So a little glimmer of light and hope in all of this.
Yeah, a positive note there. Yeah. Fox 17 News want to let you know we are partnering with the Salvation Army and our parent company for Sinclair Care's Hurricane Helene relief, and we're making donations easier for you. So get out your phone, scan the QR code right here on your screen. Donations going towards clean water, food, and cleanup kits. We're also going to go ahead, Sinclair says, and match the first $50,000 raised. They have done that. To donate, go to sinclaircares.com or scan this QR code that we're not going to share right now, not just right now, but throughout the rest of this Friday morning. It's our big day of giving today.
And it's going to stay nice and dry for us here in Middle Tennessee, really for the next several days. The only exception for today, I've been talking about it, we could get a few isolated showers along the plateau. That's going to be about it, though. Right now, it is all dry for us. The closest rain that we have is down there in the Gulf of Mexico. Visibility, not an issue for most locations either. Just a little bit of patchy fog out here a little bit further to the east. This time yesterday morning, though, we were waking up to some very dense fog in some areas. We are not really having to deal with fog near that bad early this morning. Current temperatures, they're in the low to mid 60s. We're at 64 here in Nashville. Murfreesboro coming in at 66, 64 out further east, 64 from Cookeville down to McMinnville. It's also 64 degrees this morning over in Camden, just a little bit lower than that right now in Paris. For your bus stop forecast, by 7 a.m., I think we'll have temperatures in the mid 60s. We'll still see a little bit more cloud cover this morning, but then later on today, that cloud cover should begin to break on up quite a bit, and that'll leave us with mostly sunny skies throughout most of this afternoon. Temperatures will be in the lower 80s then, and then fall-like air is on the way. We'll have high temperatures in the mid 70s Monday through Thursday, overnight lows in the lower 50s.
Circular traffic takes us downtown Nashville. Let's go to I-24 Shelby Avenue. That is in the heart of downtown. We are dealing with relatively nice traffic here so far. No big problems, no big holdups. We did have some overnight construction here at one point where they did have a lot of cones set up, and they were shutting down lanes as they continued that repaving project. But again, they've reopened everything and we're in good shape. Here is Clarksville, the downtown in 58 minutes. Murfreesboro, 53 minutes coming in this morning from Rutherford County. 29 minutes out there in the western part of our viewing area in Kingston Springs.
Justin, thank you. Let's talk more about Hurricane Helene, which has certainly showed us what kind of damage, unfortunately, is possible in our state.
And as we know, Middle Tennessee is no stranger to extreme weather. Fox 17 News reporter Madeline Nolan joining us live this morning to talk about a new interactive web page that Metro Nashville created. And Madeline, this is supposed to let people take a closer look at risks in one particular area.
Oh, absolutely. Right down to the street that you live on. And with this, they're actually focusing on 5 different weather risks that are subject here to Nashville. And I'm talking about flooding. We're talking about tornadoes, as well as thunderstorms, extreme heat, and extreme cold. And we have seen it all. For example, the floods back in 2010 when 17 inches of rainfall caused widespread flooding here in the mid-state, or when those deadly tornadoes hit back in December of 2023. Now, to better prep for these events, Metro launched this story map that you can see here on your screen. The online interactive tool shows how these hazards impact the community and also explains some of the strategies Metro is pursuing to implement adaptation actions. Now, it also allows you to check for your risks and move forward with, again, if you need to get insurance or preparing depending on, again, where you live. For tornadoes example, it will tell you exactly where those closest shelters are located. But all in all, this story map is a part of a bigger picture. Metro is actually planning to roll out a bigger environmental plan, and that will come in the next few months. And of course, we'll be sure to keep you updated on that. For now, live here in downtown Nashville, I'm Madeline Nolan, Fox 17 News, your Code Red station.
100 years ago, we didn't have FEMA. What did we do to national disasters? Well, citizens came together, communities came together. They may have said, let's send a bill to the state legislature, let's get some state funds. There are churches, my goodness, churches came to the rescue of people. Good kind-hearted, God-fearing people in the communities helped to rebuild.
And interesting because that's what we are seeing happen right now in parts of Tennessee and North Carolina. We have state lawmakers here in the volunteer state.
.610 is the time. State lawmakers will be returning to session coming up next year. One of the bills they'll be looking at involves a process that is called nullification. It is a process that would allow state lawmakers, the governor, or even courts to push back against federal laws that they disagree with. Now, during a 2-hour session yesterday, they heard from constitutional law experts on both sides of the issue.
Let me put it to you in a simple way. If I was famous enough to hire a bodyguard, and every morning I went outside and that bodyguard beat me up and stole my wallet, but then the next day I went outside and that bodyguard once again beat me up and stole my wallet, what kind of person would I be if I continued paying the salary of that bodyguard simply because I'd entered into a contract to make him my bodyguard? Anybody with any good sense would fire that bodyguard. But for over 100 years now, our bodyguard, every day we come out of the house, has beaten us up, stolen our wallet, and we keep paying his salary.
The governor could unilaterally nullify federal actions by executive order. Tennessee's state court judges, trial and appellate, would be authorized to disregard federal precedents they found unconstitutional, producing a Tower of Babel in the judiciary.
Now, this bill has come to state lawmakers before. They have never voted on it. Instead, they continue to put it into what we heard yesterday, summer session, where they have a much longer time to talk about it and debate on it. Port workers are now leaving the picket line and returning to work today. This is less than a week after they walked off the job. This all started the International Longshoremen's Association as well as the U.S. Maritime Alliance. They issued a joint statement yesterday saying that a tentative deal had finally been reached. Now, that deal does include a $4 raise over the next 6 years, every year for the next 6 years. But there's still some disagreements on the protections from the workplace automation systems that are starting to come online. This tentative deal still needs to be completed and ratified and voted on, of course, by union members.
We're off to a calm and quiet start here across Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky this morning. A really nice shot right there. Yesterday when we were looking at this camera, it was very foggy, not seeing fog near that thick this morning. I'll show you what the rest of that rain chance is looking like for the next several days coming up too here after the break.
Circular traffic takes us to I-24 at Shelby. That's downtown Nashville. No big problems there. We're going to give you the latest drive times we've got coming up in a few. Plus, many politicians headed to the zones that are impacted by Hurricane Helene. That includes the Vice President.
Right now, we're covering international headline. Israeli airstrikes hitting Beirut overnight as the Israeli military, getting some more updates here, says that they're expanding the evacuation zone over in southern Lebanon and now warning more folks to go ahead and get out.
Watching some of the explosions right here behind us in the dark overnight, the conflict between Israel and the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah is escalating. The U.S. State Department says about 250 Americans have already gotten out of Lebanon on 2 government organized flights. Let's listen.
I do want to note that we have been advising American citizens to leave for months now.
We do understand more than 6,000 American citizens have contacted the U.S. Embassy since fighting escalated.
Some Americans trying to get out have said that tickets out of the country have become unaffordable and they're not sure what they're going to do next. So just trying to get to some kind of shelter. More updates this morning for you as we continue to track Helene, and we know that GOP vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance went to Southwest Virginia yesterday, visiting in Damascus with Virginia's governor.
Our sister station's Casey Goetz has the details. Listen in.
On Thursday afternoon, Ohio Senator and Vice Presidential nominee for the Republican Party, J.D. Vance, came to the Tri-Cities airport. Then he took a motorcade to Damascus, Virginia, to visit with residents and see the storm damage from Helene firsthand. After he was done talking with residents and taking a tour around Damascus, I got an exclusive one-on-one interview with the senator.
Look, it is extraordinary damage. I mean, you look behind me, you've got a car being crushed by a home.
But I will say it is a miracle that nobody in Damascus lost their lives. And I think it's a real testament to the first responders who got people out, got them out quickly. And look, this is a community that is incredibly strong. It's resilient. It's going to rebuild. So I take certainly an appreciation of the scale of the tragedy, but I'm honestly inspired because people are already thinking, how are we going to rebuild this community? How are we going to make it even better than it was before? And that is just great Appalachian, human, American spirit that we're seeing. And I think the whole country is going to be inspired by it.
What was your message to the people here in Damascus that you met with and talked to about what they went through and also the hope of the future?
Well, I think the first and most important message was, look, man, we see you, we love you, we're supporting you, and we know it's not easy to rebuild your community after something like this happens. I mean, a lot of what people want is they don't want a handout, right? They want the government to do what it ought to do. They want disaster relief to be provided when it's promised, and they just want to know that their leaders actually care about them and actually see them. And that's what I wanted to do, is just go and show a little support. I mean, you know, it's not easy when you've got a giant Secret Service detail to, you know, we don't want to strain local law enforcement resources, so we decided to come after the main recovery and rescue operation was done. But we just saw so much good in this community, and we're thrilled to see it.
In addition to Senator Vance, Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin and also State Senator Todd Pillion were in attendance for today's tour of Damascus, all of them echoing that they want to see Damascus rebuilt better than ever before. I'm Casey Getz.
Casey, thank you. And former President Donald Trump announcing he's going to travel to Georgia today to go ahead and receive a briefing on Hurricane Helene damage in that area.
Yeah, and this will be his second trip to that region. President Biden visited Georgia and Florida along with Vice President Kamala Harris. Switching gears here this morning and bringing it back here closer to home, we got a big matchup for the Vanderbilt Commodores tomorrow, and the Crimson Tide rolling on into West End to cheer on their team as they are going to play tomorrow right here in Nashville.
Our Fox 17 News photojournalist, Madison Spraker. Thank you, Madison, giving us a live look over at Vanderbilt this Friday morning. The game is going to be Saturday at 3:15 in the afternoon, taking place here at the First Bank Stadium. Number 1 ranked Bama has a 4-0 record to Vanderbilt's 2-2. So Alabama coming off a win over Georgia, while Vandy lost a heartbreaker to Missouri in double overtime. But we'll see what happens tomorrow. By the way, the renovations in this area is still ongoing.
I will speak from experience because we were there for the tailgating for the Virginia Tech game. It's a bit of a mess trying to get around campus. I'm just going to lay it out there. It's totally doable, but you need to plan ahead so that you can find a place to park and then probably walk a good distance. And then when you try to get into the stadium, because of all the construction, they're trying to funnel people in, like a lot of people, into a really tight space. So it gets kind of backed up in that process.
All right, so we warned you.
Yeah,
Weather-wise, though, if you're going to go tailgating, it's going to be fantastic.
Beautiful weather for that game, all the football games around the area. Beautiful weather for those too. I mean, we're going to be talking about high temperatures, maybe going to the upper 80s for the weekend. That's going to put us well above normal for this time of year, about 10 degrees above normal or so. As far as any rain goes, I'm not going to see any of that for the weekend. Those games are all going to be rain-free. Even those Friday night football games tonight, I think those should be rain-free as well. Last Friday night, it was a lot of rain. That's when those remnants of Hurricane Helene were still impacting us here in Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky. For today, though, not going to have to deal with really any of that for most locations. Right now, we're just seeing that rain a little bit further south of us. That's down there on the Gulf Coast, so still well to the south of us here. Temperatures there in the low to mid 60s. We're at 64 in Nashville, some lower 60s a little bit further to the southeast. 61 now in Tullahoma. Murfreesboro is still coming in as one of the warmer spots on the map for us this morning. We're at 66 down in Murfreesboro. Later on, if you have any outdoor plans today, a beautiful afternoon to get outside and do any of those. By noon, we'll be in the lower 80s. 2 to 4 p.m., I think we'll keep those temperatures in the low to mid 80s. High temperatures today probably going around the upper 80s, about 87 or so. And as far as any grilling plans go that you have later on, I think those are looking great too. This is going to be for your evening. Temperatures by 7, 8 o'clock. They'll drop down a little bit into the upper 70s by 7, 75 by 8 o'clock. No rain though for us for tonight. A beautiful weekend ahead. Plenty of sunshine. Warmer than normal temperatures too. Like I was talking earlier, highs could be going into the upper 80s on Saturday and Sunday.
Steer clear traffic. Let's get you to I-40. This is at 2nd Avenue in downtown Nashville. We've got a bit of a backup here developing because of a crash there in the far lane. So heads up in that area. Let me move to this side. You can see Metro Police. They have now jumped in front of a car that was involved with this crash, shutting down that lane over on the South Loop. Let me show you as far as what the backup is. So as you come your way into town, make your way into town there from the east side, that's 40 at Fessler's, pushing your way to the South Loop. Let's say you were going down towards Belmont University, down towards Wedgwood. That is where things are starting to hold you up there on that South Loop. So again, the drive times are looking fairly slow right now. How do you steer clear? Elm Hill Pike, Murfreesboro Pike, Lebanon Pike, those are good ways to steer clear coming in from the east side.
Coming up this Friday morning, a drug bust at a bus stop where thousands of fentanyl pills came from. We're getting a closer look and how they were brought to Nashville.
And listen, we've heard from local law.
Help industries he's invested in.
I'll shut it down by banning stock trading by all members of Congress. I'm Megan Barry, and I approve this message.
Wow, that's a lot of food.
I saved so much money at budget breaks tonight. I'm eating like a king.
That's great, Hal.
Budget breaks. Breaks starting at just $100.
Watch Fox 17 News at 9. Alerts, empowers, protects.
Welcome back into Fox 17 News this morning. Time is 6:24. Operation Crime and Justice. A big find at a Nashville bus stop.
Now, the Metro Police Department did arrest Ivan Corrales. They arrested him downtown after he got off of a bus with a duffel bag that was carrying nearly 10,000 counterfeit pills that contained fentanyl. They say he was on his way here from Texas. He told investigators he got around 5 pounds of the pills in El Paso. Right now, he's being charged with possession of fentanyl with the intention to sell. Crisis in the classroom this morning. A Goodlettsville middle school student is being charged with making a bomb threat.
Here's what we've learned so far. Police confirm that this student stood up in front of his class and announced he planned to blow up the school. That boy is in the 7th grade at Goodlettsville Middle School and is now going to face a judge in juvenile court. 6:25 right now, and getting a check of that forecast. Our Code Red meteorologist Brett Luna stepped out for just a minute, but he left us your extended forecast. So looking through the weekend and even into your next work week, things are looking really nice. I mean, no chance for rain in the 7-day, which does give people a good chance to dry out and whatnot from Helene, but looking really nice and very fall-like, especially into next week. Look at some of those overnight lows, 50 degrees, and a beautiful weekend for all of your outdoor activities. So whether you've got Friday night football, college football tomorrow, you want to grill out Sunday with the family, it looks like a fantastic weekend. So we'll get Brett back in here in just a few more minutes. He'll get a more extensive look at your forecast and give you hour-by-hour stuff in just a few minutes.
Steer clear traffic at 6:26. Here's a quick look at what we're dealing with at I-40. This is at 2nd Avenue there in downtown Nashville in the South Loop. Okay, they've stopped all traffic, and they do this. They're trying to move the accident from one side of the road to the other so they can have more room to operate. So they're trying to move the crash away from the barrier over to the side with the grass so they can work the accident there and open up more lanes. In the meantime, it's causing a big backup behind it here on that South Loop. As a matter of fact, while they move the accident, let me show you the backup it's causing. That's I-40 at Fessler's, a couple of miles behind this crash. So this is going to be a problem for those making their way in from the east side. The best thing you can do is try to use things like Murfreesboro Road. That's Highway 41 down there to the south of the screen or the bottom of the screen. Also, Elm Hill Pike can help you, as well as Lebanon Pike can help you as well.
Nashvillians come together to talk about what they want to see in the city's future. Later.
You're watching Fox 17 News This Morning, your Code Red station.
This lake filled with a massive pile of debris due to Helene. We're going to tell you about how you can get around interstate closures and show you more of the aerial video of all of this.
Plus, we have Nashvillians weighing in on how they want Nashville to grow, how that vision matches up with Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell's agenda.
Plus, steer clear traffic. We are working a crash at I-40 at 2nd Avenue, making an impact as you push your way in from the east side. We'll tell you the best way to steer clear.
6:30 is the time, and right now in Operation Crime and Justice, we're talking about an Antioch postal worker indicted on charges of throwing away piles of mail.
This is a crazy story. The video went viral, so now this is the follow-up. We now have an indictment. Back in August, a woman used her cell phone to shoot this video. Investigators say the man you see there is 33-year-old DeJuan Butler taking baskets of mail from his postal truck and throwing it in the dumpsters behind a strip mall. If convicted, he does face up to 5 years in prison, and thanks to this video, other Postal Service employees were able to recover all that mail.
Fox 17 News continuing to track Helene's aftermath with new video right here on your screen of Douglas Lake over in Sevier County. Look at this. This lake is covered with debris that was washed in by the flooding. Tennessee Valley Authority says they are now going to be putting up a 1-mile boom across this lake to hopefully keep the debris from clogging up the nearby Douglas Dam.
Let's talk a little bit about the consequences of this storm as it pertains to interstate travel. We know a lot of you like to go from Tennessee to North Carolina, South Carolina, even up into Virginia. We've got so many closures that are going to change how you get there. So what we're taking a look at now is the recommended detour, and this is coming from the North Carolina Department of Transportation. So let's just let's get our bearings here. We've got Knoxville, all right, right here. We got Knoxville. If you were trying to get to, say, Charlotte, North Carolina, or anywhere maybe south of Asheville, they're recommending, because I-40 is closed and I-26 is closed, because the bridges are washed out in those areas, for starters, and then all the other problems on the roads as well. What they're wanting you to do is when you take I-40 and you get just east of Knoxville to jump on I-81, that takes you well up into Southwest Virginia. That's Withville, and I know that because I've made this drive for years. In fact, my parents just came here yesterday from Virginia. This is the route they came. They did not come across I-40 through North Carolina. So again, if you're trying to get over North Carolina, even maybe into South Carolina, you're going to want to take this 81 North route up to the Withville area, and then you can come down I-77 and get where you need to go from there.
Jen, thank you so much. Right now in our economy, we're talking about how Nashville deals with the rapid growth, and now a study by Imagine Nashville, that's what they're called, that shows top concerns for folks are transportation and also affordable housing. Well, this Friday morning, Imagine Nashville is going to be sharing some recommendations for policies in order to meet those priorities. Traffic congestion, lack of affordable housing, and also public transportation is all coming up as critical concerns when they ask folks through an online survey and also interviews from Imagine Nashville. More than 10,000 people responded to the surveys. Mayor Freddie O'Connell meeting with entrepreneurs, he says, to go ahead and talk about his $3.1 billion transportation plan set to appear on the November ballot. The mayor's plan does prioritize public transit with new centers, traffic signal upgrades, and also extended WeGo services. Listen here to him talking about what he describes as the bigger picture.
The reality is, if the only thing you're going to consider is whether or not you pay an extra quarter on every $50 you spend, you should probably vote no.
But we do understand, as we talk more about this, that Imagine Nashville is going to be sharing those recommendations today. In Fox 17 News, we're going to have some more updates for you over on fox17.com.
And we'd like to hear from you on this story. It is our question of the morning. We've got it live right now over on our Twitter page. You can call it X now if you want. You know, they changed it to that. But we were asking, what would it take for you to use Nashville's public transportation? Longer operating hours? More route options, safety improvements, or none of the above? In other words, you wouldn't take it even if all those things were improved. And right now, the majority of you say none of the above. You know, a lot of folks have, even for the last, I'd say 10 years or so, said, you know, we could really use commuter trains more than just the Nashville Star. So we'll see. Anyhow, we'll keep you posted on the poll results live through 9.
When it comes to your forecast, though, let's check in with our Code Red meteorologist.
Erica, we're off to a dry start this morning. Not seeing any rain really anywhere too close to us. I think we're going to stay dry for the rest of the day, too, for most areas. Maybe just a few isolated showers along the plateau, and that's about it. This time yesterday morning, we were dealing with some dense fog across parts of Middle Tennessee. Right now, though, not looking near as bad as how it was looking this time yesterday morning. Just a few areas of a little bit of patchy fog. Overall, they're really not causing you too many issues out there early on this morning. Temperatures right now in the low to mid 60s, 59 in Columbia. That's going to be one of the lower 64 spots, tied with Paris. 64 here in Nashville. We're at 66 still in Murfreesboro. That's still coming in as one of the warmer spots on the map. As we head on into the next several days, I think we're looking really good as far as any rain threat goes. Want to show you this real quick too. The bus stop forecast, mid-60s by 7 a.m. and then by 8 o'clock we should be in the upper 60s, and then this afternoon lower 80s. The 7-day forecast looking really good too. The weekend it's going to be a warm one. Monday through Thursday, more fall-like air, highs in the mid-70s.
Steer clear traffic. Let's get you to I-40 at 2nd Avenue there. This crash, we're learning a little bit more about it, involves a not just a truck, but a truck towing a speedboat there in downtown Nashville. TDOT on the scene. Looks like they're leaving the scene now. At one point, this crash was up against the wall. They've been able to move it over to the zebra stripes here. The fact that TDOT is moving on, maybe Metro Police are still there somewhere, but I find it unlikely TDOT would just leave them there like this. So there must be other authorities here on the scene that we just can't see. Still slow down as you make your way in this morning. And again, that particular crash causing a backup here across downtown Nashville. The crash is about here. So those of you coming down from I-24 on to 40, trying to get to 65, which of course will take you down to the south to places like Wedgwood Avenue or 100 Oaks, you're being held up, and we see the hold up here on 24 and 40 going back to the east side. You can use things like Murfreesboro Road or Elm Hill Pike. Those are going to be good ways to steer clear.
Helene has showed so many of us that damage is certainly possible across our state. We've experienced a lot of it before, but now we're getting some more perspectives.
We are, and here is Fox 17 News' Madeline Nolan to show us a new website that could help you better understand your risk wherever you live.
Like you said, we have seen it all, from tornadoes, flooding, thunderstorms, to the extreme heat as well as the extreme cold. Now, all of these weather events have damaged and disrupted Nashville's infrastructure as well as communities, resulting in a loss of life as well as property damage for hundreds. Now, Mayor Freddie O'Connell says that people need to know how to plan for these events ahead of them hitting. The new interactive story map you see here focuses in on those 5 weather hazards I first mentioned. It's an online tool that allows you to see the damage extreme weather can cause down to the neighborhood you live in. You can also zero in down to the street level to see if you're in a flood zone or in a path where a tornado has hit previously, allowing you to move forward with getting insurance or even finding the nearest tornado shelter. Now, this map also explains some of the strategies that Metro is working to pursue to implement more adaptive actions. The story map, though, is just one part of a bigger environmental plan that Metro says they are planning to roll out in the next few months. In Nashville, I'm Madeline Nolan, Fox 17 News, your Code Red station.
Madeline, thank you so much. Coming up, we're talking about Alabama football. They're going to be in town this weekend taking on Vanderbilt. We have the outlook for a big-time matchup.
6:40 is the time. The Crimson Tide are rolling into Nashville over to West End as they take on Vanderbilt. That game tomorrow over there. And our Fox 17 photojournalist Madison Spraker is live there at the stadium.
Yeah, and by the way, things are looking so good over at First Bank Stadium. Had a chance to see all the new upgrades.
Yeah.
We were there for the Virginia Tech game. It is really impressive what they've done to this end zone. Now, they're still doing some other work.
Yeah, a lot more work to do.
It's essentially an active moving construction zone all around the stadium, but looks really good. Made a lot of improvements. There's part of it right there. Thanks, Madison. Good job. She's given us a live look right there at some of the newest improvements.
Going to be a great game, hopefully. By the way, Vanderbilt hasn't been able to beat Alabama in a really long time. Let's just stop there.
Yeah, right.
It's been a long time.
Enough. All right, 6:41 right now. Let's toss it over to Code Red meteorologist Brett Luna, who is here to give us the good news when it comes to the weather for all of our weekend football activities.
Yeah, I think the weather, I mean, you can see it right here looking really good for any of these games. The Vanderbilt-Alabama game. We'll be looking at temperatures here in Nashville around the mid-80s on Saturday. Kickoff for that game at 3:15. Plenty of sunshine. No rain that any of these games are going to have to deal with. Just beautiful weather as we head on into Saturday. More of that for us on Sunday as well. As far as any rain chance goes for us here, not expecting any of that today. Only exception could be one of those spot showers around the plateau, and that is about it. Otherwise, we'll be staying dry and warm for the next several days. Monday through Thursday, highs in the mid-70s.
Steer clear traffic. Let's get you going out there this morning. We are receiving word about a possible crash at I-24 at Waldron Road in Rutherford County. So far, have not seen the crash itself, but we are seeing some of the backups and delays because of it. You can try your luck there on Industrial Boulevard, Old Nashville Highway, of course, Murfreesboro Road. Those will help you try to navigate it, but if not, just give yourself extra time as you make your way in from the Rutherford County area. Well, police officers convicted in the death of Tyree Nichols. This morning, we are getting...
Wow, that's a lot of food.
I saved so much money at budget breaks tonight, I'm eating like a king.
That's great, Hal.
Budget breaks. Breaks starting at just $100.
Who wants to get their shelled on? Hello. Looking good.
The Big Bang Theory, weeknights at 6 and 6:30 on Fox 17.
Fox 17 News, your Code Red station. We track severe weather.
Using our Code Red alerts up to 3 days in advance. This low pressure system looks like it will be arriving in Brentwood at 4:15 on Wednesday.
Providing you the information needed to prepare and stay safe. Fox 17 News, your Code Red station. Alerts, empowers, protects.
Watch Fox 17 News. Alerts, empowers, protects.
6:45 is the time, and right now in Operation Crime and Justice, Metro Police arresting this woman right here on your screen for allegedly sending sexually explicit photos and videos of children online.
Yeah, just kind of a warning here. This is a very difficult, sensitive type of story. Police say that Letha Milton Walker has been connected to private chats on the messaging app Kik after an investigation found that her email address and apartment location were linked to the accounts. She's currently being held on an $80,000 bond.
And we're now getting some updates about 3 former Memphis police officers who had now been convicted on federal charges in the beating death of Tyree Nichols.
The federal jury found Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, and Justin Smith all guilty of witness tampering. They also acquitted Bean and Smith of all civil rights charges. Haley convicted of depriving Tyree Nichols of his civil rights. Here's Nichols' mother speaking after the verdict.
This has been a long journey for our family. I'm actually in shock right now because I still can't believe all this stuff is going on. But we're happy that they all have been convicted and they have been arrested.
The 2 other officers charged in this case pleaded guilty to some federal charges and testified during the weeks-long trial. A state trial, though, is still in the works.
6:46 right now. We have a skydiving business who says they're doing what in many cases the government can't or won't do. They're using their own private company to get resources to people who are cut off because of Hurricane Helene.
Yeah, so now we're learning more about everything that they're doing, their hard work. The Ohio company Start Skydiving is bringing in diapers, water, toilet paper, and those essentials to Mountain City over in Johnson County. It's right there on the North Carolina border, and though so many roads are still blocked, planes can land on the local airport's runway. The business is going to make multiple supply trips a day for about a week or so, if not longer.
By the way, if you want to see more inspiring stories like this, I've been sharing them on my Twitter account. Greg Biffle, who's got his own private choppers going in. One of his most incredible stories is the man who he helped when he saw the guy holding up a mirror.
Yes, I saw that story.
Wasn't that amazing? So listen, we've got everyday heroes out there, not in uniform, right? Not working for any kind of government level, just doing what they can to help. So we're doing the same thing here at Fox 17 News. In fact, our parent company, Sinclair Broadcasting, has teamed up with the Salvation Army, and we are raising money for Sinclair Care's Hurricane Helene relief.
That's what it's all about. We're trying to make it easy for you to get involved and donate. So you can scan the QR code right here on your screen. Donations are going towards all that emergency aid like water, the cleanup kits. Sinclair also pledging to go ahead and match the first thousands of dollars that comes into our newsroom, $50,000 that comes into our newsroom. If you want to get some more updates, scan the QR code. And by the way, you can also if I clear my throat here, you can go to sinclaircares.com. I'm going to get some hot tea, though, during the commercial
There
break.
must be something in the studio because I'm feeling the same thing this morning.
I need some allergy medication. That's all I'm
a couple
saying.
times. Hey, listen, so glad we've been able to do this to help those folks. Last check, our total number of donations raised without the company match is more than $100,000.
Yeah, so that's going to go a long way in making a big difference.
Hey, Code Red meteorologist Brett Luna in here, just in case people, are waking up with us for the first time this week, not realizing what's going on. Greg Bobus is getting married in 2 days.
That's right.
He's
gonna
getting
be
married
out for a
Sunday.
minute.
So Greg's going to be out and Brett's here with us.
That's right. And it's good for him, and I always love being here too. So
we love
it works
you,
out both ways. Well, I appreciate that. I love being here. The weather is going to be really nice too for any event going on here across the weekend. Next week should be staying dry. And what's trending is basically just above normal temperatures and these dry conditions too. We're going to have high temperatures in the upper 80s as we head through the weekend. A great weekend if you have any outdoor plans. I'll show you what the rain chance is looking like. I think we're going to stay dry pretty much all day long today. The only exception, we could get a few isolated showers here along the plateau, and that's going to be about it. And then as we head on into the rest of the day, today is still dry. All those high school football games today, I think those are looking really good. Not going to have any sort of bad weather issues that you're going to have to run into with any of those. Saturday, we're dry. Plenty of sunshine for us on Saturday. Sunday, a similar setup too. We're going to stay dry as we head through Sunday, on into Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We're going to keep those dry conditions locked in place. We might even keep it dry here across most of Middle Tennessee until about October 15th at the least. So several dry days that we could be seeing in a row. 87 on Saturday, 88 the high temperature on Sunday, and then Monday through Thursday, more of that fall air will arrive. High temperature should be in the mid-70s with plenty of sunshine. Overnight lows those nights in the lower 50s.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Different views at this southern New England pond every 10 minutes thanks to the ever-changing dramatic clouds blowing through. In the Bristol area, a look at something wedged in the moist earth. It appears during recent storms, a sliver of tree bark got stuck upright in the ground. And the droplets clinging to the spider web after the morning fog look like exquisite multi-hued jewelry.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
Steer clear traffic at 6:50. We have picked up a new crash. This one on Vietnam Veterans Boulevard. It involves a dump truck and a car. You can see it right here. The fire department is on the scene there. So is the police department. They stopped traffic. Or are we thinking about it? No. This is a looky-loo. Okay, we have not stopped traffic. It's just this white cargo van here is looking at the accident and is refusing to move forward. This black car is frustrated by it and is now trying to zoom past. But this is happening on Vietnam Vets as you leave Nashville going towards Hendersonville, towards Gallatin. That is where this crash is happening. This is the inbound side. People coming in on the inbound lanes should not be affected other than, again, slowing down to look at the crash that is causing the bigger delay sometimes than the lane closure itself. So what is this doing to the drive? Well, you can see it for yourself. And again, this is going outbound. You can see where the red line is. The yellow line is people coming inbound. And again, slowing down to look. 39 minutes on the drive. You can take Main Street here to try and steer clear. Still dealing with the crash on the south side. I-40 at 2nd Avenue there in the south loop of downtown Nashville. Lebanon Pike, Murfreesboro Pike, Elm Hill Pike. Good ways to avoid the backup developing.
Justin, thank you. Okay, I think I have my voice back. Let's look ahead to tonight for another primetime college football game right here on Fox. It's number 6 Oregon versus Michigan State, and that game is going to get started at 8:00 p.m.
And then we've got Saturday matchups starting at 11 a.m. We have UCLA playing Penn State, Erica's alma mater.
Woohoo.
And then second game of Saturday will be Baylor and Iowa State. That's going to be at 6:30 tomorrow night. And then a late game, real late game, Texas Tech playing the Arizona Wildcats at 10 p.m.
And then on Sunday, it's not over. It's the NFL games on Fox 17. We have the San Francisco 49ers and the Arizona Cardinals in the afternoon. That's going to be at 3 o'clock. Coming up next, the state of Texas suing TikTok. Why the Attorney General says the app may be breaking a state law.
Interesting. Plus, coming up in our 7 o'clock hour on Fox 17 News, our own
an especially devastated Western North Carolina. Fox 17 News is partnering with the Salvation Army for Sinclair Cares Hurricane Helene relief. Scan the QR code to help provide meals and assistance to residents and first responders.
Welcome back to Fox 17 News on this Friday morning. 6:55 is the time. Right now in Nashville, it is 64 degrees. The sun is out. This is a live look over on Lower Broadway. We're talking about WWE Smackdown.
I'm about to have to put the smack down on my kids this morning, I think. They better get in line.
I heard Jen give her daughter the first and middle name.
Just in case y'all are watching right now, don't make me come home.
All right,
okay?
well, Smackdown at Bridgestone is going to be tonight at 7 p.m. That's a different kind of Smackdown.
Y'all play too much. Don't make me come over there. Get it together.
Oh my gosh.
Have a great day. Love you. Okay, right now 6:55. Let's switch gears. We want to get you updated on a pretty wild story involving TikTok this morning. The state of Texas suing TikTok, accusing the app of violating children's privacy.
Texas Attorney General claiming the social media app TikTok is sharing personal information of minors without parental consent, which does break the state's parental consent law. The lawsuit seeks to go ahead and impose about a $10,000 fine against TikTok for every violation committed. TikTok, which is owned by the Chinese company ByteDance, has not commented on this particular lawsuit.
Interesting. Okay.
What?
Have you heard about this?
No.
Fat Bear Week.
Okay.
And no, we're not talking about me in my winter hibernation mode. Fat Bear Week is here, and 12 brown bears in Alaska are packing on the pounds so they can come out victorious.
Okay, well, voting is ongoing for this annual contest at Alaska's National Park and Preserve. The contest celebrates the thousands of brown bears in the preserve who chow down on the sockeye salmon to get ready for hibernation. The winner will face off with the reigning champion Chunk at 1,200 pounds. Wow, that bear once ate, can y'all guess, 42 salmon in 10 hours.
Look, that's me when I come out of hibernation in the
gosh.
spring. That's me right there.
The more you know. Fat Bear Week. My kind of
when I put on a brown sweater right after Christmas.
42 salmon. That sounds awesome. I love some salmon.
Brett is on board.
I'm totally on board with that. Well, hey, everybody, I want to show you what the tropics are looking like right now. I was showing you this map yesterday. The National Hurricane Center was giving that area in now orange a 30% chance of developing within the next 7 days. Bumped that up just a little bit up to a 40% chance, a medium chance of development within the next 40 days. Well to the east of us, this is way out here in the Atlantic Ocean. We have Hurricane Kirk spinning as a Category 4 hurricane, maximum winds at 145 miles per hour. That is not going to have any impact on our weather here. And then just southeast of Kirk, we have Tropical Storm Leslie. Yesterday, Leslie had maximum winds at 40 miles per hour. This is now strengthened. Maximum winds with Leslie at 60 miles per hour. Leslie, as it stands right now, is also not going to have any sort of impact on our weather here.
Brett, thank you so much. At 6:58, we do want to take you now for a quick steer clear traffic update and take you to this situation not looking good. This is Vietnam Vets, Gallatin Parkway. This is over in Sumner County. You can see multiple response crews on the scene here. They are over on the left shoulder. We have a fire truck. We have vehicles with a flashing light, so just be mindful of that. You can see folks who are now pulling over trying to avoid the situation, so we're going to check back in. Hopefully they can get this cleared out of the way, and we'll give you another update in a couple of minutes or so.
Promotional consideration for this program provided by Ponce Law. Fox 17 News and Ponce Law have been teaming up to find and award local hometown heroes $1,000, and we continue taking your submissions. This could be a teacher, a veteran, a first responder, church volunteer, frontline healthcare worker, anybody you know doing great things in your community. We have honored dozens of people so far over the years, and we're going to keep this going. To nominate your hometown hero now, head to PonceLaw.com/hometown hero. Every month, we feature a new hero right here on Fox 17 News this morning. That person's going to take home $1,000. Promotional consideration for this program provided by Ponce Law.
You're watching Fox 17 News This Morning, your Code Red station.
Tennesseans continuing recovery efforts as Hurricane Helene caused so much devastation throughout the southeast. Now we're getting some updated numbers about just how many people have died as a result.
And a local Nashvilleian is offering some relief to those who were affected by Hurricane Helene. Helene will tell you a little bit more about what she's planning to do coming up.
At new this morning, Gallatin police right now searching for the man you see here on your screen. They tell us Michael Brinkley has all kinds of warrants out for his arrest in Sumner County, including for aggravated assault and possession of a firearm as a felon. He should be considered armed and dangerous. Again, Gallatin police just putting out this information moments ago. If you know where he might be, you can call the number on your, oh shoot, we don't have it on your screen. There it is. Okay, Gallatin police, it's up there now for you. 615-452-1313.
And we are continuing our coverage of the recovery efforts after Hurricane Helene, talking about how folks are getting involved and stepping up. Unfortunately, though, we know so far more than 220 people have died, and we know 11 of those deaths were over in East Tennessee.
Rescue crews facing incredibly difficult terrain, trying to navigate through washed out mountain roads, downed power lines, the absence altogether of any kind of power grid infrastructure. No phone service, cell service is spotty. Power is slowly coming back on across the volunteer state. As of this morning, about 1,200 customers still reported without power.
Well, true to their name, we always talk about this. Folks across the volunteer state now coming together to help communities in East Tennessee as they work to rebuild, and that can be such a long process.
These are the stories that are the ones that will stick with people forever. Fox 17 News reporter Madeline Nolan joining us live from Mount Juliet this morning with more on the help heading that way.
Oh, absolutely. And like you guys were mentioning, a lot of people actually lost a lot of their stuff in this just disaster. And so with that being said, this one girl decided, hey, I'm going to go ahead and post on the Nashville Girls Group Facebook. And then she just got a bunch of donations. We have first aid, antibacterial stuff, as well as, diapers. That's a big necessity for people, especially if they lost all of the diapers, as well as, toilet paper and, of course, paper towels and just so much more. You can see the non-perishables as well. And I'm actually joined here with Lauren Connell. She is the girl behind it all. Now, Lauren, tell me a little bit about the thought process of why you decided to do this.
Yes, so I have lived in Nashville and still in the process of moving back, so I have a bit of a heart connection to it. And whenever I saw everything that happened, I was just like, okay, I have to do something about this to try to help. And I made that post and it just kind of took off.
It took off, and now a bunch of other companies are getting involved.
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit about that.
Yes, so my good friend Justin Rogers, he owns Bluebird Roofing. He was originally going to go down with me, and he had the great idea of involving his business, and through that the moving company got involved and so many others. So
Absolutely. And we see the moving truck back there. Right now there's a bunch of water filled right there.
Yes. Lowe's donated a pallet of water, and then also just all of the water from the community and the girls in the girls group. So it's a good amount. Yeah.
Awesome. And y'all are still accepting donations. Tell me a little bit about where people can drop them off today, and what kind of donations y'all are accepting.
Yes, we are still accepting. We have a goal to fill the truck. So the location is 615 Rutland Road in Mount Juliet, and we are accepting trash bags, bleach, lighters, flashlights, batteries, baby products, water, non-perishables. Yeah, no clothing, though. No clothing.
Awesome. Okay, no clothing. You heard her. Okay, well, thank you so much, Lauren. We'll, of course, talk to you more in the next half hour. But for now, live here in Mount Juliet, I'm Madeline Nolan, Fox 17 News, your Code Red station.
All right, Madeline, thank you so much. And right here at Fox 17 News, we are doing our part to help all those folks. We're teaming up with the Salvation Army and our parent company, Sinclair, for Sinclair Cares Hurricane Helene Relief. And get this, as of last check, we had more than $100,000 that you have already donated for the cause. And you may remember, if you were watching a couple of days ago, we told you that our company would match the first $50,000. So now that match is in effect.
Yes.
So much money that's going to be able to provide clean water, food, plus cleanup kits for all these families.
That is fantastic. Okay, here is how you can donate. Scan the QR code that we're sharing right here on your screen, top left-hand corner. There it is. Or maybe you don't want to go to the QR code. Okay, go to our website. It is sinclaircares.com, and we have all the information that we'll continue sharing, including that number, how it keeps going up and up and up. We'll keep sharing the updates throughout this Friday morning. It's our big day of giving. When it comes to our weather, though, a lot going on this Friday and throughout the weekend. So hi there. Good morning, Brad.
Yeah, good morning to you, Erica. Good morning, Jen. As far as the weather goes, pretty calm. A lot going on as far as the events go, but not a lot going on as far as the weather goes. We are going to stay really nice and dry. Radar over the past little bit, not showing any sort of rainfall anywhere close to us. We have seen a few showers down here, well to the south of us, down near the Gulf Coast, but that's about it. And it's going to stay dry, I think, for the next several days, too. This time yesterday morning, we were waking up to some poor visibility across parts of Middle Tennessee. This morning, not seeing as much of that, just a little bit of patchy fog maybe for some areas, but overall, nothing too bad for you this morning. Temperatures, they're in the upper 50s, lower 60s. Here in Nashville, we are in the lower 60s, and this will be the last time I show this, but the bus stop forecast, I think we'll be in the upper 60s or so by 8 o'clock. And then for the weekend, upper 80s stick around with us. And then a fall-like air arrives for Monday. High temperatures in the mid-70s Monday through Thursday.
Steer clear traffic. Let's get you out and about here to Vietnam Veterans Boulevard at Gallatin Pike. This is over in Sumner County. That is where we are dealing with the crash involving a dump truck and at least one other vehicle. Police are there. The fire department is there. Looks like they're finally pushing traffic by. You see what this gentleman here, this officer, is doing? He's making sure that the looky-loos are not slowing down. He's making sure they keep it moving out there on the Vietnam Veterans Boulevard. Again, this is going outbound. So this is leaving the Rivergate area going up towards Hendersonville. This traffic here is coming inbound, so we are dealing with that. You can always try to use Main Street, a good way to steer clear. The backups here, minor, not major at this point. We'll continue to follow the things around the city coming up in a few.
Justin, thank you. Happening tonight, WWE is in Nashville, and we're talking about superstars like Cody Rhodes, Nia Jax, LA Knight, and so much more. They're all going to be right here. You see that live look over on Lower Broadway for the Friday night SmackDown.
SmackDown starts at 6:30. Tickets still available if you want to go. Maybe take the family. Just if you're taking the little kids, just know sometimes it gets a little raw. But anyhow, you can catch WWE on the CW, a special live event set for Tuesday at 7 p.m. SmackDown.
Things can happen without a government. And so my answer is yes. FEMA is clear.
7:09 is the time. State lawmakers will be coming back to session coming up next year. Now, one of the bills they will be talking about involves something called nullification. Nullification is a process that would allow state lawmakers or perhaps the governor or even state courts to push back against federal laws that they disagree with. Now, the state Senate heard from constitutional experts on both sides. They talked for about 2 hours. One expert is describing some federal laws this way.
If there is a tumor in a part of your body, a doctor will use a scalpel to remove that tumor so as not to damage the healthy tissue. Nullification. We have the tumor of tyranny in the body politic in this country, esteemed legislators. Nullification is a scalpel. Secession is a chainsaw.
Nullification is not only unconstitutional, it is also bad public policy. If other states adopted it, chaos would ensue. Blue states could nullify federal actions they disagree with. A republic has to have order. The Union would be replaced with a confederation of quarreling states.
Now, lawmakers have heard about this kind of a bill before, but they've never actually voted on it. Let's talk about Operation Crime and Justice. An Antioch postal worker has been indicted on charges of throwing away piles of mail, and the whole thing was caught on video. You may remember this story from back in August. That is when a woman used her cell phone to shoot this video, and you can see the postal worker, he's been identified as Dewan Butler, taking baskets of mail from his truck and throwing it away in a dumpster behind a strip mall. If he's convicted, he could face up to 5 years in prison. Now, thanks to this video, other Postal Service employees were able to go and recover that mail out of that dumpster.
Very calm and dry weather is going to continue for the next several days. We are in a dry pattern, and I think most areas will stay dry today, maybe just a few isolated showers. I'll show you where we could get those and then also how long we stay dry coming up here in just a bit.
And steer clear traffic takes us to Vietnam Veterans Boulevard and Gallatin Pike. We are dealing with a crash there involving a dump truck and another car, but it's in the clearing stages. That's the good news. We're going to tell you the best ways to steer clear there in Sumner County. Plus, country music super.
Welcome back to Fox 17 News this morning. 7:14 is your time. Developing right now, country superstar Garth Brooks is accused of sexual assault and battery in a new lawsuit.
The woman behind the lawsuit was Brooks' makeup and hairstylist. The victim, identified in the lawsuit as Jane Rowe, and is accusing Garth Brooks of sexually assaulting her while she was employed at an event.
Now, Garth Brooks denies the claims. He says that he filed a lawsuit against her last month for extortion and defamation. He has released a statement saying, in part, quote, "I trust the system. I do not fear the truth. I'm not the man they painted me out to be."
Fox 17 News will continue to stay on top of that developing story and keep you updated as soon as more details to come in. If you want to read more about this lawsuit against Garth Brooks, though, we have the full statement over on fox17.com.
A Middle Tennessee attorney serving 45 years in prison for stealing from clients lost his appeal.
A 2017 Fox 17 News investigation led to the arrest of Andy Allman and his eventual conviction. But now Allman's victims are trying to get some of their money back.
Here's Fox 17 News investigator Dennis Ferrier with an update on the story that he broke. Dennis, I can't believe it's been 7 years ago.
Yeah, time flies, doesn't it? Man. Investigators with the Board of Responsibility estimate Andy Allman stole more than $1 million from 127 of his clients. This all led to serious prison time, but what about the money lost? Still no justice.
Back in 2017, Andy Allman's victims filled our conference room with stories of theft and pain. Suspended and being investigated by the Board of Professional Responsibility, Allman's legal investigation soon became a criminal investigation. Convicted of stealing $230,000 from a paralyzed boy and his family, Allman got 10 years for just that crime, remaining defiant right up to sentencing.
Explain to us how you, don't touch me. You don't put your hand on me, sir. You want to explain how you maintain your lifestyle?
And then another 25-year sentence in Sumner County for stealing from 18 different clients, including Kevin Dicus, who simply signed a $106,000 life insurance policy check for Allman to open a trust for his son.
I guess I was just naive and expected, he's going to go to jail that day. And, Andy's knowledge of the legal system, he was able to game it for quite some time.
Allman finally went to jail, but he's still actively fighting for himself. He filed a 92-page appeal, summarily dismissed by the Court of Appeals. All odd to his victims who've been told over and over, Allman's indigent, broke, no money, can't afford $1 of restitution.
And you wonder, how did this man hire an expensive appeals attorney?
Yeah, apparently he's a really good attorney, and high-dollar one, which is kind of odd when you're indigent that you can afford an expensive attorney to do your appeal.
Remember, Allman has been officially named indigent by the courts for a long time, which brings us to an unexpected pot of money discovered by the Sumner County court system, $111,000 in an Allman account. But by law, his lawyers get first dibs on that money. So once again, it looks like restitution for his victims slipping away. Rashina Barnes paid Allman $4,500 for a wrongful termination suit. She says he just took her money and did nothing. She would like to see that $111,000 divided up between victims.
And not just go all to the attorney. And that'll be, if it did, that'll be the same thing happen again where an attorney takes all these people money and they don't get anything. No kind of justice out of it.
Kathy Brown would be retired by now if Allman hadn't stolen that $230,000. It was a life-changing theft for lots of people.
It infuriates me because it's not just the money, it's my life and my plans that I had and the plans my dad had for me. That was his gift to us, and it was just taken away from us.
And it was so strange the way that he would game the system. And now we have this $111,000 A lot of people are going to come to court on November 22nd to find out if they can get a piece of that. But you know, the other thing that he did, they talked about how he knew the system. So he would get to trial and then fire his lawyer. And then, of course, you get more time to get a new one. So they'd set a trial date, they'd go to trial, he'd fire his lawyer and get a new one.
I mean, hearing that woman talk about $230,000, she could have been retired.
Wow.
That makes me so angry.
Right, and it does seem like there are just layers upon layers to this story.
Yeah, and at the end, what he did, which I've never seen in 38 years, the judge finally in Sumner County said no more lawyers. So he cross-examined himself. Mr. Allman, did you steal that money?
What?
No, I didn't.
What?
Back and forth, like, oh yeah.
That is bizarre.
That's how it ended. That was the...
Okay. And still more to come in November.
Absolutely.
Okay, we'll
yeah.
follow it up then. Dennis, thank you. Man, we have to pick our jaws up off the floor here for a second.
It's a head scratcher.
Yeah.
And you know, very good weather. The weather is just going to be very calm and quiet as we head through the next several days. Not a whole lot going on. We need a little bit of a break. That Hurricane Helene, though, the remnants from that too brought us some very good rainfall. But now we're looking at a very dry stretch and also a warm stretch too. We're going to have above normal temperatures as we head into the next few days through the weekend at least, and then more fall-like weather that'll arrive as we head on into early this upcoming week. As far as any rain goes, not really expecting much of it today. The only exception, we could see a few isolated showers develop here along the plateau during the afternoon hours, but most of us for the rest of today, I think we're going to be staying pretty dry. So a really good day. All those high school football games and nothing bad to worry about for any of those. All the college football games on Saturday, we'll have great weather for those too. It is going to be warmer than normal for this time of year though. I think we'll have highs around the upper 80s here in Nashville. Plenty of sunshine for us too, and we're going to stay that way as we head through Sunday on into Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, even into Thursday. We'll keep those dry conditions in place. Areas of Florida though could get quite a bit of rainfall as we go through early next week. Some of those spots 10+ inches of rain, it's looking like, according to some models, for parts of Florida. For today, though, again, dry conditions, more sun as we go to the afternoon hours. 82 your temperature by noon, 83 by 5 o'clock. And then your 7-day forecast, this is going to be a beautiful weekend for us. High temperatures in the upper 80s, plenty of sun on Saturday and Sunday, too. Monday, more fall-like weather arrives. High temperatures in the mid-70s, plenty of sun Monday through Thursday, and overnight low temperatures are going to get a little bit cooler as well. Those should get down to the lower 50s.
Still clear traffic. Let's get you out here to Vietnam Veterans Boulevard at Gallatin Pike. This is in Sumner County this morning. That is where we are dealing with the aftermath of a dump truck and another car involved in a crash. You're starting to clear that up. And the good news, if there is any with this, is this is going outbound. So if you are leaving Rivergate going towards Hendersonville, towards Gallatin, that is where this crash is. The inbound lanes are not that affected. Here we are looking at your drive times right now. Hendersonville into downtown at 39 minutes. Murfreesboro 53 minutes. Mount Juliet coming in at 38 minutes this morning. Keep in mind, according to Metro Schools in their calendar, the school is not in session today.
7:22 is your time right now, with animal shelters overflowing with pets needing a home. We'll tell you how you could add a new member to your family with a reduced adoption fee.
And living up to their name, Tennesseans lending a helping hand this Friday morning to bring relief in the recovery from Helene.
Fox 17 Football Frenzy Live is back.
This year, it's a pregame show, getting you ready for all the biggest games.
Fridays at 6:30, watch Fox 17 Football Frenzy Live.
Hi, I'm Michael Havens with ICCCon, the premier Middle Tennessee sci-fi convention. Grab your tickets today to meet the stars from your favorite sci-fi movies and TV shows, plus the world's top collectibles, vintage toys, and cosplay. ICCCon is returning to Nashville October 3rd through 6th at the Music City Sheridan Hotel and Convention Center. Visit icnashville.com for more information and tickets.
170 years and still going strong.
We're BF Myers.
We were just recognized by the state as one of the oldest businesses to still be operating in Tennessee.
And you don't stay around that long without treating you, our customers, right.
Also, we continually have the newest styles of furniture at the absolute lowest prices. And our sales team is incredible. Their expertise goes way beyond simply selling.
And don't forget, free delivery.
So come join us at our 170th anniversary sale.
Thank you, Middle Tennessee.
At Alive Hospice, we know the challenges that come with end of life, and we get to tell people it's okay to not be okay.
And we get to care for them and their families through it all.
I said I'd never join.
Thought living on a sub would be too hard.
I figured only the weatherman track storms.
I said my job wouldn't matter.
I couldn't even swim.
sounds crazy. Saying never actually is.
Permanent pain relief. No drugs, no downtime, no surgery. This is the power of stem cell therapy.
I'm former State Senator May Beavers. My knees and ankle hurt so bad I had to prop them up with pillows. Nothing helped. The Kellum Stem Cell Institute changed everything. My knees are normal, my arthritis is gone, and I still can't believe it was so easy.
Everything from arthritis to autism. Make an appointment today at the Kellum Stem Cell Institute. It might be the call that changes your life.
I'm one of those people that I wake up smiling. Knee pain and foot pain gave me a reason not to smile. Once I got my arch supports from Good Feet, that pain just kind of instantly went away. My wife said, "You're a different person." She thought that was good.
"7:24 is the time. Empty the Shelter. It's an event at several mid-state animal shelters that they're hoping will help out with getting pets to their forever home. They're reducing the adoption fees to just $50 or less.
So we've got Nashville Humane, Murray County Animal Services, Rutherford County Paws, and the Humane Society of Dickson all participating. The fee that you're going to pay, Justin mentioned 50 or less,
Yes,
will include a spay or neuter, all the up-to-date vaccinations for your pet, and microchipping. These events are going to go through October 15th.
So if you're looking for a good time to get a pet, a little bit of a break on the price. Let's see if we're going to get a break on the weather. Code-Red meteorologist Brett Luna here with a look at the forecast.
You know, I think we have a nice long break coming. We had all the rain move through last week because of Helene, and now it's just going to be totally dry. Showers are going to be pretty hard to come by as we go through the next several days. We could get a few later on this afternoon. Really, the only chance, though, it looks like right now is along the plateau, and that's just going to be some isolated showers through the afternoon at best. Most areas will stay dry today, and this dry streak could last through October 15th. So we could have another about 10 days or so that we have to just see these dry conditions sticking around with us. Over the past 30 days, though, I want to show this. This is our percentage of normal map for the rainfall. Everybody in green and blue saw at least 100 or more % of normal rainfall, and then down near south near Interstate 65, that was about 80 to 90%. So that has significantly improved the drought situation. The map that I was showing yesterday, it was showing level 2 and level 3 out of 4 drought for most of Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky. This is the new map that just came out yesterday, the most recent map. All this yellow, those are just now abnormally dry conditions. The drought is level 1 drought here in the shades of tan, and that level 2 drought in that shade of orange. A real quick look at the Saturday forecast for all those college football games. Really, no matter where they're at, looking really good. Plenty of sunshine, warm and dry.
Couple of things to show you with clear traffic. We want to begin here at Vietnam Veterans Boulevard at Gallatin Pike. This is coming down from Sumner County. We are dealing with really nice traffic. They had an earlier crash here involving a dump truck. That crash has now cleared. Happy to report, so traffic levels should get back to normal. We also want to share these video with you, or this video with you, coming from our sister station, WTVC, down in Chattanooga. We have got an overturned tractor trailer right at I-24 at the Moccasins Bend. Now, this is right as you make your way into the city of Chattanooga. They're right next to the river, right on that nice pretty bend there. As you make that drive into the city, they've got to shut down to
help industries he's invested in.
I'll shut it down by banning stock trading by all members of Congress. I'm Megan Barry, and I approve this message.
Happening this weekend at the Nashville Fairgrounds, it's the Hot Tub and Swim Spa Expo. Save up to 50%. See 30+ models on display. Hot tubs, therapy tubs, swim spas. It all happens this weekend at the Nashville Fairgrounds. Coupons at nationalhottub.com.
Stay ahead of the storms with Fox 17 News Code Red weather.
You're watching Fox 17 News This Morning, your Code Red station.
Welcome into Fox 17 News This Morning. Your time is 7:30. The cost of keeping students safe. What Metro Public Schools spending right now to keep schools secure. And right now we've got a nonprofit government watchdog group called OpenTheBooks.com that has found Metro Nashville Public Schools has spent $27 million on security services since 2019, with the spending soaring over the last few years. And joining us live this morning, we have Rachel O'Brien from OpenTheBooks.com to break down the findings. Rachel, let's start with this. What are the security services that the district is spending this money on, and how much are we talking?
Yeah, so this is money that we've looked at. The spending has tripled since 2021, and rightfully so. You know, we see these school shootings, unfortunately, in Nashville and around the country become much more common. So they go from anything, the spending is spent on anything from ADT security services to other alarms, locks, fencing, glass. The school security department has a canine unit that works there from Metro PD. They work with the schools, and the cost to cover that is about $22,000 a year. A large chunk of what is paid in security costs goes to security personnel. So far, $1.5 million this year, was more than $2 million each of the last 4 years. So that tripled spending went from about $2.5 million a year for 2019 through 2021. Now it's about $7.8 million so far this year. So it's going to lots of things.
And Rachel, I also want to ask you, how does this compare to other school districts across the country?
Yeah, so one of the big things that Metro Schools has done is they've spent about $2 million on this bullet resistant or entry resistant film that goes on windows, so a potential shooter, you know, can't shoot through and get through them. We do see other school districts around the country spending lots of money on security. Collectively now, schools have spent about $2.5 billion a year on school resource officers. Another $12 billion on security guards. As I mentioned, Metro Schools has a partnership with Metro Police, so they do have this partnership to have school resource officers from the police department. They have this canine unit. They get training like other schools around the country.
All right. Rachel O'Brien from OpenTheBooks.com. Appreciate your time this morning. Thanks.
Thank you.
A very calm and quiet start for us here across Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky early this morning. Radar not able to pick up on much rainfall at all, at least close to us. We do have some showers and thunderstorms moving up there through parts of Illinois and Indiana, also down here along the Gulf Coast. But in between that, it is all dry, very calm weather for us. Visibility also really not too much of an issue for us this morning. Yesterday morning, if you were out early, you saw that patchy, dense fog that some areas were having to deal with yesterday morning, and that stuck around until about 9 o'clock or so. Current temperatures there in the 60s for most areas. Nashville coming in at 63, still 66 in Murfreesboro. That's one of the warmer spots on the map. Temperatures by 9 o'clock or so here should be in the lower 70s. We'll be in the lower 80s to the mid 80s throughout much of the afternoon. I think our high temperature today could reach 87 briefly. Saturday and Sunday, those are going to be warm ones too. It's going to stay well above normal, highs in the upper 80s. And then Monday through Thursday, that's when we'll get that more fall time-like air. Plenty of sunshine. We're going to stay dry, highs in the mid 70s. Overnight low temperatures Monday night through Wednesday night near 50.
Steer clear traffic at 7:33. Let's take a good look here at what we're dealing with at I-65 at Trinity Lane. This is on the north side as traffic makes its way in from all points north. Madison, Millersville, Goodlettsville, Hendersonville, you know, all the vills up there. We're doing okay on the drive, a typical drive for this time of the day. A little lighter than usual because Metro Schools, according to the calendar, not in session today for students. Teachers still have to report, though, during one of those in-service training kind of days. Here's I-40 at Spence Lane from the east side. Doing okay. Lots of sun out there. Also slow traffic as you make that drive in. Dealing with a little construction down the South Loop. We're going to take you there coming up in a few.
Justin, thank you. New this Friday morning, true to their name, we are now getting some more information about folks across the volunteer state coming together to help communities in East Tennessee and also parts of Western North Carolina.
For the latest this morning, we have Fox 17 News reporter Madeline Nolan. She's joining us live from Mount Juliet with the work that's being done there right now.
Absolutely. And, you know, oftentimes when disasters like this hit, a lot of people are left without those basic necessities. So that is exactly why this one local Nashvilleian decided, hey, I'm going to go ahead and post to a girls group here in Nashville on Facebook. And that's when a bunch of people started coming forward and donating items like this. We have some detergent. You have, again, Clorox, trash bags over here, as well as like those, again, basic necessities, toothbrush, toothpaste, tampons, pads, all of that kind of stuff, as well as non-perishable foods. Now I'm going to come over here because there's just so much stuff. We're by the paper towels as well as the Pampers. You know, baby stuff is very important. Now this is the woman herself, Lauren Connell. Thank you so much for having us here. Tell me a little bit about all of the businesses that have come together to put this on.
Yes, so Bluebird Roofing joined in and made the connection for True Friends Moving Company to get the moving truck, so that really upped the project a bit. Lowe's has been involved, Snyder Lance, Serotonin Centers in Green Hills. My list is
so many people. Many people. That is amazing. Did you ever think it would become this big?
No, not at all. And it's been an overwhelming blessing, and I'm so grateful for everyone that has joined in on the project of taking everything down.
Absolutely. And you guys are still taking in donations through the rest of the day to take them up. Where are you guys heading tomorrow?
Yes, we are going to Beloved Asheville, and they take all of the supplies and then they distribute them across all of the towns and communities, especially the further out places that don't have the immediate access and are more secluded. So that is going to be amazing.
Awesome. Super amazing. Of course, we'll again catch up in the next half hour, but you guys can drop everything off today through the rest of the day at the location you see on your screen. But for now, live here in Mount Juliet, I'm Madeline Nolan, Fox 17 News, your Code Red station.
All right, Madeline, thanks. Hey, we want to update you on our day of giving here at Fox 17 News, where we have been teaming up with our parent company and the Salvation Army. Really great news. We are now up to about $150,000 worth of donations. Y'all are incredible. And as part of our Sinclair Cares Hurricane Helene relief, our parent company, Sinclair Broadcasting, is matching that first $50,000. So that puts us in all up to about $200,000 raised.
That is amazing. And we do want to make sure that you know how to donate. You get your phone, you scan the QR code right here on your screen. Donations are going to go towards emergency aid like water, food, the cleanup kits. A lot that needs to be done. Also, like you mentioned, Sinclair is pledging to match up to $50,000. So go to sinclaircares.com or scan the QR code right here on your screen to make a difference.
Hey, if you were to imagine a better Nashville, what would that look like to you? We're looking into your top concerns about the growth in the mid-state and what it would look like to fix some of the biggest problems.
Hurricane Helene ravaged the southeast and especially devastated western North Carolina. Fox 17 News is partnering with the Salvation Army for Sinclair Cares Hurricane Helene relief. Scan the QR code to help provide meals and assistance to residents and first responders.
Jody J asks, about to add the 88th device to our network. Can our internet keep up?
It can, Jody, but more devices means you need faster internet.
We've engineered Xfinity's network so you can upgrade your speed to keep doing everything you need to do, like working, video chatting, streaming, and slaying zombies, all in the name of science.
I've never been to a seance.
Switch to fast, reliable Xfinity internet for just $30 a month with Wi-Fi equipment. And ask how to get a free 5G phone with Xfinity Mobile.
Okay, ideas, where are we going?
I got one.
What about a comedy show?
I've seen you, I've swiped on you. No. Okay. Tacos.
Definitely tacos.
The all-new Camry is 100% hybrid. Lease one now for $299 per month or get 4.99 APR financing. Find your vibe in the all-new, all-hybrid Camry. Toyota, let's go places.
Are they really going to spend all day streaming college football on DirecTV? Can you blame them? They've got the biggest rivalries.
And bowl games. Speaking of, Frank, run a slant to the bowl of chips. Bobby, button hook to the salsa.
What are you going to do, Coach Prime?
Don't question your coach, man.
Say hello to Taylor Lamont!
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Hurricane Helene ravaged the southeast and especially devastated western North Carolina. Fox 17 News is partnering with the Salvation Army for Sinclair Cares Hurricane Helene relief. Scan the QR code to help provide meals and assistance to residents and first responders.
Download the Fox 17 Code Red weather app, alerting you to severe weather wherever you are.
Hey there, welcome back to Fox 17 News this morning. It is 7:41 and there's a new study here in the heart of Nashville. It's called Imagine Nashville, and it shows that people are most concerned about transportation and affordable housing right now.
Now, the research shows that many people feel like the growth of the city is making both of those issues much worse.
Yeah, in fact, Fox 17 News had a chance to talk with Mayor Freddie O'Connell about his more than $3 billion transportation initiative, which will be on the November ballot. He says affordable housing and public transit go hand in hand.
Is absolutely for people who can take advantage of all of the safe, affordable, convenient options. And if we expand those, that will expand to tens of thousands of Nashvillians. There's financial empowerment structured into that is directly related to housing.
Now, the plan does emphasize public transportation as well as brand new facilities, extended WeGo hours, improved sidewalks, and upgraded traffic signals. By the way, there would be a half-cent sales tax increase in order to pay for all of this. This issue is on the ballot coming up on November the 5th.
And this story brings us to our question of the morning. We want to know what you think. What would it take for you to use Nashville's public transportation? Would it be longer operating hours, more routes, maybe safety improvements, or none of the above? Well, right now, 57% of you say none of the above. If you want to take part in our poll, you can find us at Fox Nashville on X.com.
Really nice weather for any of those high school football games tonight. It should be a beautiful day, so we're not really going to be tracking any sort of rain across our area really for the next several days. We're going to go on a nice dry stretch. What we are watching, though, still down here in the tropics, National Hurricane Center giving that area in orange a 40% chance of developing into a tropical system within the next 7 days. We also have way out to the east of that here in the Atlantic, Hurricane Kirk, Category 4 hurricane, maximum winds at 145 miles per hour. That's Tropical Storm Leslie down there. Neither one of those will impact our weather here in the mid-state.
Steer clear traffic. Let's talk about what's happening out there at 743. This is going to be at I-40 at 2nd Avenue in the heart of downtown Nashville. You can see construction is there, slowing things up just a bit as you make that drive in, and that has repercussions further back behind this. Of course, the best way to try and steer clear is by using things like Lafayette Street, that's Murfreesboro Road. That'll get you around some of the backup there. We'll continue to follow things for you live and local through 9.
We have a Tennessee farm giving back to its community. How one man is helping in the aftermath of Helene.
The college football action kicks off
Saturday at 11 on Fox 17.
Fox 17 News digging deeper into stories that matter to you, like how the December tornado damaged a small business owner's dream.
It's just been a nightmare.
Her building had no power, but NES was still charging her monthly.
How much longer am I going to be able to hold on?
Elise Lasso turned to Fox 17 News for help. We contacted NES. They quickly responded, saying they made a mistake. Fox 17 News digging deeper into stories that impact you.
When you need inspiration, it's worth shopping Kroger. For thousands of appetizing ingredients that inspire countless mouth-watering meals. And low prices that add up to big savings, like over $600 in digital coupons each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. So you can get big flavors and big savings. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Life with ear ringing sounded like a constant train whistle I couldn't escape. Then I started taking lipoflavonoid. With 60 years of clinical experience, it's the #1 doctor-recommended brand for ear ringing, and now I'm finally free. Take back control with lipoflavonoid.
There are so many jackpots at Oak Grove Gaming, it's winsational.
Fox 17 News, your Code Red weather station. We track severe weather.
Using our Code Red alerts up to 3 days in advance.
Meteorologist Katie Morgan, the heat unfortunately returns as we head towards the weekend.
Warning you to severe weather that will impact your life.
Our forecasts pinpoint a storm's path, showing when it will hit your neighborhood.
Providing the information that you need
to prepare and stay safe.
Fox 17 News Code Red weather.
Alerts.
Empowers, protects.
7:45 is the time this Friday morning. We are now getting some more details because an East Tennessee farm known for their fall fun act festivities, well, it's now being used to go ahead and care for the community. It's another example of the impacts of Hurricane Helene. Preston Ayers from our sister station, WCYB, sharing this Friday morning story.
This should have been the prime season here on Fender's Farm in Washington County. Take a look at this. This is the You Pick Pumpkin Patch. Right now, this time of year, it should be filled with families and children picking out their favorite pumpkin to carve into a jack-o'-lantern. Instead, there's a lot of activity on this farm as they work to support the community. But coming up this weekend, there's a chance the community can support this farm in rebuilding. The parking area at Fender's Farm is full. It's always full in October. But these cars aren't from families coming for some fall fun. It's volunteers helping take care of the surrounding community, ripped apart by the flood. Carol Fender told me to hop on his four-wheeler, and he took me for a drive to see what's left of this popular farm.
We've probably got $1.5 million worth of damage down here.
While he's lost a lot and doesn't have flood insurance to pay for it, he's thankful this farm is serving this community.
We're using the top side of our farm right now to accept donations and to give out food, clothing, water.
Granny's Kitchen is always busy this time of year, only this season it's not concessions. Volunteers are cooking hot meals and delivering the food to flood victims.
We're doing about 60 to 70 meals at lunch and 60 to 70 meals at dinner time. We're taking all of those out, delivering them to them, so that way they can keep working on their house. They can, whatever it is that they need to do to get their life back in order as best we can right now.
Over here under the shed, there are piles of donated clothes and supplies, all free to anyone in need. Everything going on here is organized by the community.
This is 100% community response.
As for the activities Fenders have been known for over 2 decades, this season is canceled and it may never return. Volunteers are hard at work trying to fix the haunted barn for maybe just one haunted weekend this year. And they do have pumpkins. They'll open the pumpkin patch this Saturday and Sunday for folks to pick.
The activity that we can offer at Fender's Farm right now is come and pick your own pumpkin. And, you know, everything that we do, the coffers will go in to try to rebuild.
Fender tells me he hopes this weekend is the start of moving forward. If you want to come pick a pumpkin this weekend, put your boots on. It's muddy down here. And remember, many of the roads are still closed, so bring your patience as you find your way to get here. But they'll be open Saturday and Sunday. In Washington County, Tennessee, Preston Ayers, News 5, WCYB.
Absolutely love that story. And more good news this Friday morning. Check this out. The sweet dog that got found 20 feet up a tree in East Tennessee is now back home with his family. This is the video and pictures from the Kingsport Fire Department. We first shared you this story yesterday right here on our morning show. This was in Washington County where the crews found Athena while they were surveying damage from Helene. Well, get this. We've now learned there's a local connection. A 5-year-old bloodhound named Carrie from the Murfreesboro Police Department is the sweet dog that alerted those crews to Athena being up in the tree.
Well, Athena's family says that their Jonesboro home was swept away down the Nolichucky River last Friday, and they were reunited with Athena yesterday morning.
I can only imagine how grateful they must feel to have lost everything and then to find their sweet dog.
And I still can't believe that dog was stuck up in that tree for days.
For days. It was like 20 feet too, right?
Yes.
Crazy.
So happy. And way to go, Carrie, from the Murfreesboro Police Department. Good little bloodhound.
Awesome story right there.
Good work.
You know, a lot of good stories coming along with all the bad stories of all the damage and everything. But, you know, we're going to get very calm weather here in Tennessee and Kentucky as we head through these next several days. It is just going to be above average temperatures and dry. That's going to be the trend for us as we head through the weekend on through most all of next week, too, at least as the dry conditions go. More fall-like temperatures, though, do arrive for next week. I want to show you a future track because we are not looking at much, with the exception of a few isolated showers this afternoon around the plateau. plateau. That's going to be about it. Most all areas today will stay on the dry side. By tonight, I think we're looking great for any of those high school football games. Beautiful weather for those. Tomorrow morning, we're off to a dry start. Any outdoor plans? It should be fantastic weather for that. Plenty of sunshine tomorrow. And then early Sunday morning, we should be looking pretty good too. We're going to stay dry. We're going to keep those dry conditions around into early next week. The Florida area, though, is going to get quite a bit of rainfall. We could be looking at a tropical system trying to develop. Regardless if it develops or not, though, I think parts of Florida could get several inches of rain, which is some of that tropical moisture. But up north of there, here into Tennessee and Kentucky, we're looking at all dry conditions through really, I think, all of next week, too. So this is going to be several dry days for us. By noon, temperatures should be in the lower 80s here. Lower 80s stay by 5 o'clock. I think we could briefly reach into the upper 80s, though, for our high later on this afternoon. Going with 87 for the high today, 87 again tomorrow, and then Sunday we'll be at 88. Plenty of sunshine for us on Sunday. And then there's the fall-like temperatures that I was talking about. Monday through Thursday, highs down to the mid-70s, and the overnight low temperatures Monday night through Wednesday night should drop down to the lower 50s.
Well, let's go to Steer Clear traffic this morning. Now, I want to show you something that we just picked up here. This is I-40 at Donaldson Pike. Now, normally when we show you a scene like this, it means that there is a disabled vehicle, or perhaps maybe there's been some type of car accident. But TDOT and their website is telling us this is an abandoned car. That's right, I said an abandoned car on I-40 at Donaldson Pike in this lane. Someone got out of this car and left this car right here and moved on with their life and left it sitting out there in the middle of the interstate. And now TDOT is there, so is THP, and they're waiting on a tow truck, I would imagine, to come pull this car away. Where's the driver? We don't know. So that's the latest happening there on I-40 near the airport. Here is I-40 at 2nd Avenue on the South Loop. Slow go here as you make your way to the south towards Wedgwood and towards 100 Oaks. They're doing some construction out there. They've shut down a lane. It's going to be that way for the next few weeks.
Taking a live look this Friday morning from Nashville's International Airport. We're going to get that live look for you. They are set to announce a brand new nonstop destination in just a couple of minutes.
I'll tell you what, we have had one after the other here recently of brand new flights in and out of Nashville. We understand that our Fox 17 News photojournalist just got there. Madison is there giving us this live look right now ahead of the announcement. We understand that that announcement is set to happen in about 8 minutes. So we are there. We are waiting for it to find out where this new flight's going to be going. You know, we've been talking lately about more international flights.
True.
That have been announced for Nashville. So excited to see what this next one is.
And by the way, if you're heading to the airport maybe this weekend or next week, fall break is in place. So it's going to be even more busy over there at the airport.
Okay, wait, I think we're just getting an updated time. So we just got an updated time on this announcement. It sounds like it may now be pushed to 8:30. But hey, we're your live local news source through 9. That's why we're here for you. So in about 30 minutes or so, once they get everything squared away and get ready to give us that announcement. Oh, look at the families hugging there at the airport. We'll be bringing that to you as your live local news source through 9 a.m.
And right now,
This common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Get ahead of it. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn how AbbVie and Ironwood could help you save.
Happening this weekend at the Nashville Fairgrounds, it's the Hot Tub and Swim Spa Expo. Save up to 50%. See 30-plus models on display. Hot tubs, therapy tubs, swim spas. It all happens this weekend at the Nashville Fairgrounds. Coupons at nationalhottub.com.
All right, take a look at this. 7:56 is the time, and right now the Mount Juliet Police Department showing a photo of a stuffed animal. And they say they're trying to get this stuffed animal back to its right owner.
Somebody needs this stuffy. All right, police say they know how important these little stuffed animals can be to a child, and they found the adventurous little monkey taking a solo trip in the middle of South Mount Juliet Road near Providence Marketplace. Okay, if you have never been along Mount Juliet Road near Providence Marketplace, it is the busiest interchange in all of Mount Juliet. It's bonkers. Stoplights in every direction, bumper to bumper traffic.
Well, I have a feeling that the family that this monkey belongs to, they certainly know it's missing.
Yeah.
I know from experience.
Yes.
If Miss Ryman doesn't have her giraffe,
right,
y'all better watch out.
Right. So hopefully we can get little George, maybe Curious George here, back to his rightful owner. And if you know who might be missing this sweet little baby, let us know. Wouldn't that be fun to do the reunion story?
Oh, yes. Lots of smiles. Hey, we're going to check in with our Code Red meteorologist. How you doing, Brett? Are you feeling good? You need some more Red Bull, some coffee?
I'm doing great. It was just that first day, you know, I was struggling a little bit.
Day 2.
Yeah, day 2 was good. Day 3's been great.
So Brett's going to be here with us through next week, and then even after that,
into
right?
the week after that too.
So
yeah.
how many Red Bulls have you had today?
Well, this is number 3, but I'm going to stop there. So
Ooh, prayers.
Gracious.
We'll be good after this one. So here we go. I want to show you all about these rain chances too, because we are not looking like we're going to get much of a rain chance as we head through these next several days. We had quite a bit of rain move through with Helene, obviously. Gave us some great beneficial rainfall here across Middle Tennessee. We're going to be staying dry as we head through these next several days too. Rainfall percentage of normal, we're going to stay in the green and the blue for a lot of these areas. For the past 30 days, we've had about 100 to 150% for these areas in the green and blue. Down here in the south central portions of Middle Tennessee, right there along Interstate 65, they picked up about 80 to 90% total rainfall. So we did really well with Helene. It really helped our drought situation out. When I was showing the map from early yesterday morning, the new one had not come out yet, and it was looking pretty bad. Level 2 and level 3 out of 4 drought in place. But now we're looking at level 1 drought in that shade of tan, level 2 drought in that shade of orange. A great improvement. Also, if you're heading out to any of those college football games on Saturday, beautiful weather for all of those.
Still clear traffic. We are taking the last look there at a car being towed away by the Tennessee Department of Transportation. Well, they called the tow truck, but THP arrived there on the scene to tow away a car that had been abandoned on I-40 close to the airport near Donaldson Pike. So they've moved that out of the way. And again, the car was just left out there in the middle of the interstate. They don't know who it belongs to, but it's gone now, and they can move on. Let's take a look here over on the south side. This is going to be I-40 2nd Avenue as you make that drive towards the south side. That's where we've got some backup building there because they are continuing some ongoing construction in that area. Other than that, we're looking in really good shape as we end our 7 o'clock hour. Hendersonville coming in at 39 minutes. They had a crash up there that is now cleared. Murfreesboro still under an hour coming in from Rutherford County.
You're watching Fox 17 News This Morning, your Code Red station.
Good morning. Just about 8 o'clock right now, and Tennesseans continue to come together to save each other after Hurricane Helene. We are taking a look at those efforts, plus we are learning more about the death toll new this Friday morning.
Just about 8 o'clock, and we are going to get started with an update from Gallatin police who are trying to track down the man right here on your screen. Take a look. Police say Michael Brinkley has multiple warrants out of Sumner County, including aggravated assault and possession of a firearm as a felon. He is considered armed and dangerous, so they're asking anyone who might have some information about his whereabouts to call the number on your screen. I'm going to share it too. It is 615-452-1313.
And we continue our coverage this morning of the recovery efforts after Helene. We have learned more than 220 people are confirmed dead, 11 of those deaths in East Tennessee. But I will tell you, watching some of the firsthand stories coming in from East Tennessee and even Western North Carolina, it would appear that the death toll is going to grow exponentially.
Yeah, the rescue crews facing a difficult terrain, navigating through washed out roads, down power lines, and just a lack of overall phone service. Power, though, is slowly, and I do mean slowly, being restored to the volunteer state. As of this morning, at last checked, only about 1,200 customers are still dealing with those power outages.
And here at home, true to their name, folks across the volunteer state are coming together to help these communities. We're going to send it out to Fox 17 News reporter Madeline Nolan, joining us live to tell us about the efforts in Mount Juliet.
Oh, absolutely. And I've mentioned it before, but oftentimes when you have disasters like this hit, well, a lot of people are left without those basic necessities. And that is exactly why this one girl here in Mount Juliet said, hey, I need to do something. So she posted on the Nashville Girls Group and said, hey, I'm taking donations to send to Asheville, and you can just see all of these. We have some hand sanitizer. They're asking for cat food as well as, diapers and a bunch of different basic necessities. We have non-perishables as well. And I'm going to bring you guys over here to the woman herself who did it all. Now, Lauren, tell me a little bit about the thought process and what made you want to do this.
I saw all of the devastation and just my love and appreciation of Asheville and all of the people there, and I felt like, okay, this is my opportunity to be able to give back to them and just help in any way that I can, and making that post was something I thought was going to be a small little few donations, and it has turned into something really incredible.
Yeah, it's really showing like everyone here in the volunteer state live up to the name. So tell me a little bit about how big it's gotten.
Yes, so companies like Lowe's and the True Friends Moving Company, Bluebird Roofing, Local Joe's in Mount Juliet, Allsea Roofing and Exteriors has provided the connections to Lowe's and the Snyder's Lance for their donations. Mountain Juliet Family Dentistry and Cosmetics has donated some dental supplies, and I think I've got a few more that are gonna come through, so it has really been a great blessing.
Absolutely. And you guys are still accepting donations for the rest of the day because you guys are taking them up to Asheville tomorrow. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so tell me, where can people drop off these donations before we give it back to the station?
Yes, they can drop off at 615 Rutland Road in Mountain Juliet.
Okay, you heard it. And they, again, taking donations. They are not accepting clothes though, so do not bring any clothes. But for now, we'll catch back up with Lauren in just the next half hour. But for now, again, live here in Mount Juliet, I'm Madeline Nolan, Fox 17 News, your Code Red station.
Madeline, thank you so much for their hard work out there and sharing that message. We want to share that Fox 17 News, we are partnering with the Salvation Army and our parent company for Sinclair Cares Hurricane Helene Relief. Today is our big day 3 of giving, and we are making donations hopefully easier for you. That way you can get involved. So get out your phone, scan the QR code that we're sharing here in the top left-hand corner.
And here's what I want you to know. The total in donations so far, upwards of $150,000. You all have come through big time, and we are matching the first $50,000, so that puts us up to about $200,000, and that is going to go a long way. Where's your money going? Well, it goes to us getting clean water, food, and cleanup kits to send directly to these folks. So your money is going to them directly. If you want to donate, like Erica said, we've made it easy for you. If you like to use your smartphone, hold up your camera to that little circle. That's the QR code. If you're not into that kind of technology, you can go to sinclaircares.com and donate right there.
Very calm and quiet weather is going to be the story for us as we head through these next several days. Also well above normal temperatures for today and through the rest of the weekend. Just beautiful weather for you for any outdoor plans. Here in Tennessee and Kentucky, not seeing any sort of rainfall really anywhere too close to us. It is all dry, and that's how we're going to stay, I think, through nearly all day long. Only exception, a few showers along the plateau. Visibility not near as bad as what we were seeing this time yesterday. Most areas not having to deal with any sort of fog early this morning. Temperatures are in the 50s and 60s for most locations. We're at 59 in Columbia. Here in Nashville, mid-60s here. Same goes for Murfreesboro. A lot of mid-60s on the map early this morning. Current time is 8:05, and we're going to keep on warming up as we go through the rest of the morning hours into the afternoon. By noon, temperatures already above normal for this time of year. 82 at noon, and we'll be at 83 for your temperature by 5 o'clock. Here's your 7-day forecast. A great looking one of those 7-day forecasts. Saturday and Sunday, plenty of sunshine. High temperatures will be in the upper 80s, and then Monday through Thursday will stay sunny and dry with highs in the mid 70s, overnight lows in the lower 50s.
Stay clear traffic at 8:05. Here's a look at what we're dealing with at I-65 at the I-24 junction. This is just north of downtown Nashville. A bit of a slow go as you push your way into town there from the north, but this is typical for this time of the day. Drive times are really honestly not that bad, all things considered. Let's show them to you now. 31 minutes coming in from Hendersonville. Great time. 41 minutes coming in from Lebanon this morning. 42 minutes coming in from Spring Hill. All these times are actually down from where they normally are. Metro schools not in session today for students. Big part of the drive. That's because 80,000 students not out on the streets.
8:06 right now, happening tonight. WWE is in Nashville. We've got superstars like Cody Rhodes, Nia Jax, LA Knight, so many others at Bridgestone Arena, where we're taking a live look right now for Friday Night SmackDown.
Yeah, the show starts at 6:30. Tickets are still available online. And don't forget, you can catch WWE to SmackDown on the CW. A special live event is set for Tuesday at 7 p.m.
Things can happen without a government. And so my answer is yes. FEMA is clearly unconstitutional.
State lawmakers hearing from constitutional experts about the role of the federal government. Real hot topic right now. We're going to tell you about the proposed law that would allow the state of Tennessee to push back against some of those laws from Washington.
You're watching Fox 17 WZTV Nashville.
Fox 17 News digging deeper into stories that matter to you. Her building had no power, but NES was still charging Elise Lasso monthly.
It's just been a nightmare.
We contacted NES. They quickly responded, saying they made a mistake. Fox 17 News digging deeper into stories that impact you.
It's the Sprint sales tax holiday, and for a limited time, we'll pay your sales tax or give you 4 years, no interest. That's on top of already great prices, so you'll save even more. Visit our Nashville or Cool Springs stores or go to sprints.com to see the largest selection of in-stock furniture in Tennessee. Great prices on quality furniture for every room in your home, and we'll pay your sales tax or give you 4 years, no interest. It ends 5 p.m. Sunday at Sprints. Surround yourself with things you love.
I said I'd never join.
Then I wouldn't get to work on one of these.
Never knew how strong I was.
I figured I'd never get out of my hometown.
Or be the one who stops an attack.
Joining the Navy sounds crazy. Saying never actually is.
As a Marine, it was my job to serve and protect this country. Just like all veterans before me, they fought hard and gave this country their all. My name is David, and I'm the proud owner of Force Roofing Systems, a GAF Master Elite contractor. Using my business resources, we would like to gift a new roof to a veteran in the Middle Tennessee area. If you know a veteran who needs help, or if you are that veteran, scan the code on your screen now to enter our giveaway at forceroofingsystems.com. Force Roofing Systems, protection against the storm, today and every day.
Alerts, empowers, protects. Watch Fox 17 News at 9.
8:09 is the time. State lawmakers heard from those both for and against a bill that's all about nullification. Now, what is nullification? Well, it's a process that would allow state lawmakers or the governor or even state courts to push back against federal laws they disagree with. Now, the state Senate in this case heard those for nullification argue that the federal government is just way too big right now, and it's made agencies that the Constitution never authorized, like FEMA, for example.
100 years ago, we didn't have FEMA. What did we do to national disasters? Well, citizens came together, communities came together. They may have said, let's send a bill to the state legislature, let's get some state funds. Their churches, my goodness, churches came to the rescue of people. Things can happen without a government. And so my answer is yes, FEMA is clearly unconstitutional. It's usurpation. If the states and the people want a government to have that power, they need to enact legislation to do it.
Different judges across the state presented with the same issue could reach contrary, even contradictory results. This is not consistent with the separation of powers, equality under the law, or sound constitutional government. It is a prescription for anarchy.
Well, state lawmakers have heard a bill like this before, but they've never actually voted on it. We'll see what they decide to do when they get back to session coming up in January. Operation Crime and Justice, an Antioch postal worker has now been indicted on charges of throwing away piles of mail. You may remember this video from back in August. A woman used her cell phone to shoot it. Investigators say that is DeJuan Butler, who was taking baskets of mail from his postal truck and throwing it into dumpsters behind a strip mall. If he's convicted, he could face up to 5 years in prison. Thanks to the video, though, there were other postal workers who were able to go over and recover that mail in the dumpster.
And we're off to a really nice start here for really everybody. Not seeing any sort of bad weather that we're going to have to deal with. A lot of sunshine later on today, too, and temperatures are going to be well above normal. I'll show you how long this dry pattern sticks around coming up in just a little bit.
That picture brought to you by the Nashville Area Chamber of Commerce. It looked wonderful out there, Brett. Let's take a look here at I-24 at Old Hickory Boulevard. This is in Antioch near Cambridge High School. That's not relevant today because, well, high school's not in session for Metro Nashville. They're out for a teacher in-service day. We will continue to follow the traffic around the city. That's a little lighter than usual.
Dry and warm is going to be the story for us as we head through these next several days. Above normal temperatures for us through the weekend, and then on into next week, temperatures are going to start to drop down closer to fall time and normals. We're going to see those down into the mid 70s. I want to show you a future track though. We could get a few isolated showers right here along the plateau later on this afternoon. That's going to be about it, and even then, that's a slim chance. These are just going to be very spotty showers that try to develop along the plateau, but most of us are going to be staying dry today. We're going to stay dry as we go through Saturday as well, so dry conditions stick around with us. Plenty of sunshine on Saturday, a beautiful day for you to just get outdoors and enjoy it. Same goes for Sunday too. We're going to stay dry on a Sunday, and then early next week a cold front will move through, and that is going to help cool things off a little bit better. But as far as the rain chance goes, Florida's going to get quite a bit of rain. Could see up to about 10 inches or more in some of those spots across parts of Florida. Here in Tennessee and Kentucky though, I think we are all dry for the next several days. We could even keep that dry streak going until about October 15th or so, maybe even a little bit later than that. So several days in a row now of these dry conditions. Temperatures by 9 a.m. should be near 70 already, and then by noon, lower 80s. By 5 o'clock, we should stay in the lower 80s as well. I think we're looking at mostly sunny skies throughout today. Again, just a 20% chance for one of those stray, spotty showers along the plateau. Saturday, Sunday, we're dry, mostly sunny with highs in the upper 80s. Monday through Thursday, dry again, plenty of sunshine, highs in the mid 70s. Overnight low temperatures Monday night through Wednesday night, those will be in the lower 50s.
Steer clear traffic. Let's take a look at what we are following out there on I-24. This is going to be near Hickory Hollow Parkway. Things are busy, but not impossible. That is for sure as you get out there this morning. So you know you have to make that drive coming in from Murfreesboro this morning. Sometimes the drive can be up to an hour and a half. Not this morning. We're well below an hour, around 55 minutes on that drive coming in from Murfreesboro. So that is fantastic news for those coming in from that area. We are dealing with a bit of a slowdown. This is on the South Loop at I-40 at 2nd Avenue. You can see right up here, the barrels are out. Sometimes they tumble into the street, so watch out for that. We're not dealing with that this morning, but there's a lane of traffic that is shut down that is causing a bit of a slowdown there as you make that drive in. So give yourself extra time if you know you got to use this to get down towards 100 Oaks or down towards Belmont.
A Middle Tennessee attorney serving 45 years in prison for stealing from clients has lost his appeal.
A 2017 Fox 17 News investigation led to the arrest of Andy Allman and his eventual conviction. And now victims are trying to get some of their money back. Fox 17 News' Dennis Ferrier updating a story that, Dennis, you broke 7 years ago.
7 years ago, 7 terrible years for all of those victims. Investigators with the Professional Board of Responsibility estimate Andy Allman stole more than $1 million from 127 of his clients. This all led to serious prison time. But what about the money? Lost. Still no justice. Back in 2017, Andy Allman's victims filled our conference room with stories of theft and pain. Suspended and being investigated by the Board of Professional Responsibility, Allman's legal investigation soon became a criminal investigation. Convicted of stealing $230,000 from a paralyzed boy and his family, Allman got 10 years for just that crime, remaining defiant right up to sentencing. Explain to us how you, don't touch me. You don't put your hand on me, sir. You want to explain how you maintain your lifestyle? And then another 25-year sentence in Sumner County for stealing from 18 different clients, including Kevin Dicus, who simply signed a $106,000 life insurance policy check for Allman to open a trust for his son.
I guess I was just naive and expected, he's going to go to jail that day. And, Andy's knowledge of the legal system, he was able to game it for quite some time.
Allman finally went to jail, but he's still actively fighting for himself. He filed a 92-page appeal, summarily dismissed by the Court of Appeals. All odd to his victims who've been told over and over, Allman's indigent, broke, no money, can't afford $1 of restitution.
And you wonder, how did this man hire an expensive appeals attorney?
Yeah, apparently he's a really good attorney, and high dollar one. So, which is kind of odd when you're indigent that you can afford an expensive attorney to do your appeal.
Remember, Allman has been officially named indigent by the courts for a long time, which brings us to an unexpected pot of money discovered by the Sumner County court system.
$111,000 in an Allman account. But by law, his lawyers get first dibs on that money. So once again, it looks like restitution for his victims slipping away. Rashina Barnes paid Allman $4,500 for a wrongful termination suit. She says he just took her money and did nothing. She would like to see that $111,000 divided up between victims.
And not just go all to the attorney. And that'll be, if it did, that'll be the same thing happen again where an attorney takes all these people money and they don't get anything. No kind of justice out of it.
Kathy Brown would be retired by now if Allman hadn't stolen that $230,000. It was a life-changing theft for lots of people.
It infuriates me because it's not just the money, it's my life and my plans that I had and the plans my dad had for me. You know, that was his gift to us and it was just taken away from us.
So now on November 22nd, the courts will decide what to do with that $111,000. The courtroom will be packed with people who feel they deserve some of that money. We'll be there as well. Another chapter of the ongoing Andy Allman saga.
Well, and the fact that there's even the remote possibility that those people couldn't get all their money back.
Yeah.
I mean, like, how do you not recoup that?
Yeah, because they won't, because, you know.
That's just crazy.
And then somehow, you know, he kept finding money for lawyers to defend himself, but the restitution is ordered, you know, court ordered, but that doesn't mean you get it. No. You know, the court can order me to give you money, but if I don't give it to you.
Something so egregious and blatant.
Right.
Yeah.
And for those people to be out all that money and to never see that again.
And I know I was telling you, that's a life-changing amount of money that you're just never going to see.
Yeah, these were all working people. You can tell they were just all ordinary, hardworking people, you know, and I mean, they did not recover from the
I know
loss.
a lot of folks are going to be waiting, us included, for the update to this story, Dennis. Thank you.
Well, these rain chances for the next several days are going to remain very slim. I think most all areas are going to stay dry through the rest of the day today. The only exception, we might be able to get out a few isolated showers along the plateau. I don't really expect much of anything, though, for us for today. Really dry, off to a nice start. And this dry streak could last through October 15th or so, maybe even a little bit beyond that. I want to show you this map, too. This is the percentage of normal amount of rain for over the past 30 days. Everybody in green and blue, we're talking 100 to 150 or so percent of normal, so doing really good. We got that in a short amount of time too with the help of Hurricane Helene, and then that area along Interstate 65 where we're still seeing the level 2 drought about 80 to 90%. So this drought map is the newest one that came out yesterday, early yesterday morning. I was showing that previous map and it was not looking good. We had level 2 and level 3 out of 4 drought across a lot of middle Tennessee on up into southern Kentucky as well. Now the only areas in drought, that level 1 drought in that shade of tan and that level 2 drought down there a little bit lower in that shade of orange. Just real quick too, for Saturday, any of the college football games, beautiful weather for all of those no matter where they're at. Plenty of sunshine. We're going to be staying warm too.
Let's talk about steer clear traffic. A couple of things to note this morning. Now, that includes this drive here on the north side. This is going to be, south side. I-65, Armory Drive. This is over on the south side of town near 100 Oaks. If you got that early morning doctor's appointment there at 100 Oaks, you're in great shape. No major holdups there. You should make that drive in from Brentwood. We have just picked up a crash. This is on the north side. This is coming in from places like Cross Plains and Portland. We are dealing with a crash on I-65 as you make your way down from Robertson County, so heads up on that. We understand one lane is closed as well as a shoulder. Traffic can get by. It's just going to be slow. You can use Highway 31 as a good way to steer clear.
Empty the Shelters is an event at several of our mid-state animal shelters trying to get them into good homes. So they're reducing their adoption fees to $50 or maybe even less in some cases. Those participating would be Nashville Humane, Murray County Animal Services, Rutherford County Paws, and the Humane Society of Dickson County.
Now, they are all participating here, so you can go out there, and this does include the spay or neuter as well as the vaccinations, and even microchipping is available, all for under $50 there. This event will roll through October the 15th.
We continue to see the volunteer spirit alive and well, especially in the wake of Helene. We're going to show you how Tennesseans are still lending a helping hand this morning to bring relief in the recovery efforts.
Thanks for waking up with us each and every morning on Fox 17 News this morning. How about that? We can see downtown Nashville. This time yesterday we could not because of the fog. No fog out there this morning. We're doing good. We've got the very latest on your traffic and weather scrolling along at the side and bottoms of your screen.
Hurricane Helene ravaged the southeast and especially devastated western North Carolina. Fox 17 News is partnering with the Salvation Army for Sinclair Cares Hurricane Helene relief. Scan the QR code to help provide meals and assistance to residents and first responders.
Nashvillians are missing too many of life's important moments because we're sitting in traffic. As the city has grown, so has the gridlock. This November, there's a chance to fix Nashville's traffic problems. Vote for Nashville's Transportation Improvement Plan. New smart traffic lights to reduce traffic, safer sidewalks and roads, and transportation that keeps Nashville moving. So you can be there on time, every time.
I think a lot of time people look at hospice and don't truly understand what it is and think it's just in the last few days of life, which couldn't be farther from the truth.
Hospice to me is making sure that we provide care for the family and the patient.
I so often get to work with people after they've benefited from our service. And one of the things that I hear so consistently is there was somebody to call when I didn't know what to do.
There are lots of ways we can help support families.
I said I'd never join.
Thought living on a sub would be too hard.
I figured only the weatherman tracked storms.
I said my job wouldn't matter.
I couldn't even swim.
Joining the Navy sounds crazy. Saying never actually is.
There's so much winning at Oak Grove Gaming, it's fun-believable.
When your home gets bugs, the struggle is real. That's why you need Zevo, America's #1 trap. Zevo goes wherever bugs do, working 24/7 using blue and UV light to attract and trap flying insects with no odor and no mess. And even getting rid of the bugs you didn't know you had. For effortless protection everywhere in your home. Zevo, people-friendly, bug-deadly. To catch up to twice the bugs, try Zevo Max.
Murrow award-winning stories put public interest above all else. Fox 17 News, winner of the prestigious regional Edward R. Murrow Award. This Fox 17 This Morning newscast is sponsored by Alive Hospice. You're watching Fox 17 News This Morning, your Code Red station.
There you have it. The American Cancer Society kicking off the opening bell this morning live from the New York Stock Exchange. It is, of course, Breast Cancer Awareness Month, so they've gone pink there on the desk.
And one local Nashvillian decided to take everything into her own hands to offer some sort of relief to those affected by Hurricane Helene. We're talking to her about why she decided to do this and the journey ahead.
8:30 is the time. Right now we're talking about the volunteer spirit, I should say. Folks across the volunteer state coming together to help communities also in East Tennessee and Western North Carolina as they continue to rebuild.
We have really enjoyed bringing you these types of stories. Fox 17 News reporter Madeline Nolan joining us from Mount Juliet with more.
Absolutely. The volunteer pride is just amazing. This one girl decided, hey, I'm going to post in a Facebook group to see if I can get some donations, and then it just turned into this. We have Pampers diapers. A bunch of people have brought in paper towels, you know, those basic necessities that you don't often think about, but when disasters hit, well, you lose it all. And so this is exactly why Lauren Connell had decided, hey, I'm going to post this. And it just kind of blew up. Everyone's been donating. You're still accepting donations. All of this, how is it making you feel?
It makes me very overwhelmed with gratitude and just thinking about all of the people that are there that I really need these things, and it really just makes my heart feel so happy that everyone is giving and understands what these people are going through. And I just hope that anything that we can provide them with will really help them out and just bringing more awareness to what they're going through, because I think we take just the little things in life for granted and they don't have any of this stuff.
Absolutely. It's okay. It's okay. You're doing amazing work, and so many companies have kind of pitched in. Tell me a little bit about, did you ever think it'd become this big?
No, not at all. It really just, I thought a few people, and now it's really, I think everyone just saw what I was just trying to do and wanted to contribute.
Yeah. Oh, doing, again, amazing work. You guys are still accepting donations. You told me till 9 p.m. tonight you guys are heading to Asheville, North Carolina tomorrow morning. Where can people drop off all of these donations?
They can drop them off at 615 Rutland Drive in Mount Juliet.
Awesome. Well, we're going to, again, show you a little bit around here. Again, non-perishables, all of these things. Lauren, I really do appreciate you taking the time to talk to us this morning. Just amazing what can happen when everyone just comes together for a good cause, and I'm sure that people are going to, again, appreciate all of this. But I do want to send it back to you guys. Again, you can drop off these donations here in Mount Juliet until 9 p.m. tonight. For now, live here in Mount Juliet, I'm Madeline Nolan, Fox 17 News, your Code Red station.
Just love her heart, Madeline. I'm going to be in Mount Juliet tonight. I'm bringing my donations. I already took down the address. Thank you.
Right now, we're taking a live look from the Nashville International Airport. They are announcing a brand new nonstop destination. Let's go ahead and listen in.
It doesn't go unnoticed. We very much appreciate you. And with that, it's time to welcome our special guest, the moment everyone's been waiting for. So if you'll please join me in a warm welcome to our special guest here today.
All right, as we wait for this special guest to arrive to the podium, we are getting word.
Usually not a special guest.
This flight that's about to be announced is going to go to Dublin. Let's listen
Chairman
in.
Sullivan, Commissioner Ezell, President Krulin. I'm Bill Byrne. It's my distinct pleasure to be here today to announce your newest international flight.
Drum roll, please. Here it comes. Yep. Aer Lingus.
Whenever you see Byrne, it's kind of it's not as Irish as Ms. Sullivan's name, but it's pretty Irish. So. For 65 years, Aer Lingus has connected the island of Ireland with the U.S.
There you go, as we mentioned, and we expected it to be Dublin, and that's it. You're hearing the official word now. Aer Lingus is the airline that will provide these flights in and out of Nashville to Dublin, Ireland.
Our crews are going to stay out there and get some more updates for us here on Fox 17 News, talking about the new destination. We do want to check in, though, with our Code Red meteorologist. You know, yesterday they had so much going on at the airport with the ground stop.
Yeah.
Everything clear. They're making that exciting announcement. You want to go to Dublin?
You know, I'd love to.
Should
I've
we
never
pack our
left the
bags?
country. I think it'd be incredible to go.
Yeah. All right, let's go.
I'm down to go.
Can we expense that? Can we make it work?
And then I'll stop in Iceland on the next. Well, hey, everybody. Want to show you this tropics map, too, because we're still watching a little bit of area where we could see a little bit of tropical development within the next 7 days. A 40% chance now is what the National Hurricane Center is giving this area down in orange in the Gulf of Mexico of developing into a tropical system within the next 7 days. So we'll be keeping our eye out on that, see what happens there. I want to show you back here further to the east, though, out in the Atlantic Ocean. Hurricane Kirk, Category 4 hurricane, maximum winds now at 145 miles per hour. The good news, though, Kirk is not going to have any sort of impact on our weather here. And then just to the southeast of that, we still have Tropical Storm Leslie. It's strengthened since I was showing this map yesterday morning. Now at 60-mile-an-hour maximum winds with Tropical Storm Leslie. And just like Kirk, it is not going to have any sort of impact on our weather here.
Steer clear traffic takes us to I-40 near Spence Lane. This is on the east side of town. Traffic moving in pretty well over there. We are dealing with a small backup there, and that is because of a situation in downtown Nashville where they've squeezed things down to one lane because of ongoing construction. So this is going to be typical for this time of the day for the next little bit. Taking a look north of town, and when I say north of town, I mean well north here. That's Cross Plains, Orlinda. That's Portland back behind me over there. There is an overturned vehicle right there at mile marker 112 as you make that drive in. So just know it's going to be a little slow. Highway 31 here could be a good way to steer clear until they're able to get that out of the way.
Coming up, if you were trying to imagine a better Nashville, what would that look like in your opinion? So we're going to be talking about your top concerns and what it would be like to fix those concerns after the break.
You're watching Fox 17 WZTV Nashville.
Fox 17 News, your Code Red station. We track severe weather.
Using our Code Red alerts up to 3 days in advance. This low pressure system looks like it will be arriving in Brentwood at 4:15 on Wednesday.
Providing you the information needed to prepare and stay safe. Fox 17 News, your Code Red station. Alerts, empowers, protects.
Can everybody be good with money? A Regions Green Print plan is giving Regina a personal path to open new doors. With some guidance, she's feeling more confident with money. Let Regions show you the way.
I can't believe they have both graduated. Are we ready to be empty nesters?
I know Mom won't miss our clothes all over the house. Or me messing up the kitchen.
Selling a home can be tough, especially one filled with years of memories.
At Tennessee Homebuyers, we care about your family.
And your future. Give us a call today and let us help you start the next chapter of your life.
Just like we're doing with ours.
The easy way, call 299 cash today.
Rich, indulgent chocolate with a luscious caramel filling. Discover Ghirardelli caramel squares in a bag and a bar. Makes life a bite better.
The Tennessee General Assembly was considering implementing a state income tax.
We ended up facing a Republican governor proposing a state income tax.
People started organizing, and the leader in that effort was Marsha Blackburn.
Marsha Blackburn was the one who stopped the income tax.
A voice of reason to stand up to the governor and say, we don't need a state income tax. When she believes in something, she's going to fight for that with everything she has.
I'm Marsha Blackburn, and I approve this message.
Can everybody be good with money? A Regions Green Print plan is giving Regina a personal path to open new doors. With some guidance, she's feeling more confident with money. Let Regions show you the way.
This Fox 17 This Morning newscast is sponsored by the Rocky McElhaney Law Firm.
8:40 is the time. Welcome back to Fox 17 News this morning. There is a study out from Imagine Nashville, and it shows that people are most concerned about two things: affordable housing as well as transportation. They've been doing a lot of research here, and the people feel like the growth of the city is making those issues far worse.
All right, so Fox 17 News talking with Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell about his more than $3 billion transportation initiative, which is going to be on the November ballot. He says affordable housing and public transit go hand in hand. Listen.
Is absolutely for people who can take advantage of all of the safe, affordable, convenient options. And if we expand those, that will expand to tens of thousands of Nashvillians. There's financial empowerment structured into that that is directly related to housing.
Right. So the big question, though, is how many people use the bus in Nashville? Right. That's our primary public transportation. We do have the WeGo Star.
It's limited.
That's our only commuter train, and it only goes east of Nashville, kind of along I-40 out toward Lebanon.
Yes.
So we've got that, but that's pretty much it. So he's talking about extending public transit, new facilities, new hours for the bus service, improved sidewalks, things like that. How are you going to pay for it? Big question. We're looking at federal grants. The city would go into debt, and there would be a 0.5% sales tax hike.
All right, so let's go to what do you think about this? What would it take to get you on Nashville's public transportation? What would it take for you to ride a WeGo bus? Right now, most of you say there's nothing they could do to get you on a WeGo bus. The longer operations won't matter. They can change routes, so that won't matter. And they can improve the safety. That won't matter either. If you want to chime in for yourself, you can do so over on our X page. You can find us at Fox Nashville.
We are in a dry weather pattern, and it's going to stick around with us for at least the next several days. It might not be until about October 15th or so that we see our next good chance of rain, and maybe even beyond that too. So dry conditions will be the story for us as we go through the next several days. Radar this morning not showing any rain here in our area. We may be able to get a few isolated showers along the plateau a little bit later on today, but very spotty and only about a 20% chance of that. Most areas will stay dry through the rest of today. If you have any outdoor plans later on this afternoon, should be a great one for you. We'll get plenty of sunshine, and high temperatures will be in the upper 80s. Also, if you want to go grilling, great night for any of that too. Temperatures in the upper 70s by 7 o'clock.
Steer clear traffic at 842. Here's a quick look at what we're dealing with. Just picked up a crash at I-65 at the 24 junction there on the north side of town. Traffic is getting by. They just were able to move that crash out of the zebra stripes and to the shoulder a short time ago. So that's certainly good news for those who are trying to get by. Just know if you're coming down from Briley Parkway, from Jolton and Whites Creek, it's going to be a little slower than usual for the foreseeable future until they're able to get that completely under control. We've got the very latest details on other things happening with Steer Clear Traffic live and local through 9.
8:43 is your time. Nashville Sci-Fi and Collectors Convention is here for another day. We're going to talk with the folks who are
We'll also be talking about above normal temperatures as well. We are well above normal for today, and then we're going to stay above normal for the weekend too. Want to show you what future track is looking like. I think we're going to stay dry through today. The only exception to that might be a few isolated showers right here along the plateau. About a 20% chance for a few spotty showers out east. Most areas though today will stay dry. We're also going to get plenty of sunshine too. I think it's going to be a fantastic day for you if you have any outdoor plans. Also, any of those high school football games tonight, great weather for those as well. Last week it was really rainy, not going to have to deal with that for tonight's games. Saturday, all those college football games that are going to be played in Middle Tennessee, weather looks beautiful for those two. Warmer than normal temperatures into the mid and upper 80s. We'll stay dry through Sunday. We're going to keep it dry Monday on into Tuesday and Wednesday, even into Thursday, and it looks like Friday is going to be dry too. We might not get another decent rain chance until about October 15th or so here across Middle Tennessee or Southern Kentucky. Areas down south in the parts of Florida could get a lot of rain. We are keeping our eye out for a tropical system that might try to develop within the next 7 days or so down in the Gulf of Mexico. Even if it doesn't develop, though, we're still going to get good rain down there in parts of Florida. Temperatures at noon today, we're going to be in the lower 80s. We'll stay in the lower 80s by 5 o'clock. And then for your 7-day forecast, 87 our high temperature on Saturday. We're going to be at 88 on Monday. We're going to keep it dry through the weekend. More fall-like weather will arrive as we head on into early this upcoming week. So Monday, mid-70s, mostly sunny and dry for us on Monday. Tuesday, we'll keep it in the mid-70s. Same goes for Wednesday and Thursday. Overnight low temperatures are going to be in the lower 50s for Monday night through Wednesday night.
Steer clear traffic at 847. Look here at I-65 at the 24 junction. As you make your way on the north side of town, we've got a couple of different vehicles involved in a crash here. Metro Police and TDOT are there. You can get by as you try to make the merge there. This is right around the Briley Parkway area. You make your way towards Trinity Lane. So heads up in that area. No, it could be a bit slow. We're still dealing with a slowdown coming in from I-65 from Orlinda and Portland and Cross Plains. Overturned vehicle at exit 112. So heads up, it could be a good idea to take Highway 31. It's a good way to steer clear there from Robertson County. And we just picked up a crash very close to the Pleasant View area. This is going to be 74 minutes on that drive coming down I-24. So heads up, the closer you get to Whites Creek Pike, the more it could kind of slow down as you make that drive in there.
Well, happening now, ICC Con is underway. It's Nashville's premier fan convention, and today we are joined by two pretty incredible guests.
Yeah, we are so glad to have y'all here. Welcome back, by the way, and joining us new this morning, Kim Simmons. Now, you might not be putting things together here, but we're going to help you do that. So Kim is a photographer, and he's behind Kenner, the toy maker. He's the one who took all the pictures of Kenner's vintage Star Wars toys all the way up through 96. I love your hat. I know people at home can't see it, but it says, I'm the man who shot Luke Skywalker.
Right, correct.
Tell us more about this.
They did an article. They exposed me in the late '90s, and it says who I was, and so they did an article. After the article, that was the name of that was the title of it, so I took it.
Well, what's the highlight for you for this weekend, for everything going on?
Oh, it's ICC. Oh, everything.
Yeah.
I mean, ICCC is just a phenomenal place. I mean, it is I've been to quite a few conventions. Michael puts on a phenomenal convention.
Michael, we were talking about all the things that you can do starting today, because yesterday was VIP day, yes?
Yes, correct.
All right, so today we've got folks that are going to be lining up, autographs, collectibles, costumes, exhibits, all that good stuff.
Everything's there. Movie stars, rare vintage collectibles. You can meet your heroes from when you were a little kid, take a picture with an Ewok, or meet a stormtrooper. Or Kim, yeah.
Kim, what's your favorite photo that you ever took? Do you have one?
Yes, the Hoth battle scene.
Okay.
The Hoth battle scene, yeah, it's very
Everybody loves that one.
So what are you doing today? Are you still?
No, I'm retired.
You're retired, okay.
I play with wood now.
You a wood maker?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you make?
My cabinets for my wife and.
Cabinets for your wife.
I build
Okay.
dioramas and I build my dioramas that go with my books.
I really wish that Greg Bobus was here, because he's the one who's really dedicated to all of this. But we love having y'all on here talking about ICC Con kicking off this weekend.
Yes.
Today.
That's
All
correct.
right. We got more information for you if you want to check it out. Times, tickets, all that good stuff, schedules, we got it at fox17.com. Thank y'all.
Times, tickets, collectibles, all of it. Well, coming up on Fox 17 News this Friday morning, country superstar Garth Brooks accused of sexual assault and battery in a new lawsuit. The woman behind the lawsuit was Brooks' makeup and also hairstylist. We understand the victim identified in this lawsuit is identified as Jane Roe, is accusing Garth Brooks of sexually assaulting her while she was employed at an event.
All right, so we have heard from Garth Brooks. He's already put out a statement. He's denying the claims. He says that he filed a lawsuit himself against Jane Roe last month for extortion and defamation. He released a statement that says, in part, quote, "I trust the system, I do not fear the truth, and I am not the man they painted me to be." Fox 17 News will continue to stay on top of this developing story. We'll keep you updated as we learn more. And by the way, if you want to see that lawsuit against Garth Brooks, I will warn you now, it is graphic. The full statement along with the lawsuit at fox17.com.
We want to make sure that you are in the know when it comes to our being partnered with the Salvation Army and our parent company Sinclair Cares for Sinclair Cares Hurricane Helene Relief. We're trying to make it really easy for you to donate, and today, this Friday, is our big day of giving. So get out your phone, you likely already have it in your hands anyway, and scan this QR code right here in the top left-hand corner. Donations are going towards emergency aid like water and food and all those cleanup kits. Sinclair also pledging, we already do this, okay, to match the $50,000, first $50,000 raised. We have now surpassed that. Go to sinclaircares.com or scan the QR code that we're going to share throughout the rest of this newscast.
And by the way, we want to update you on the breaking news that came.
Old Spice?
Oops. You've been hurt. There's somebody out there looking for you, and his name is Rocky.
Rocky fought for me.
Rocky fought for me, and I'll never forget it.
There was such a feeling that you could see it in his eyes that he cared for me.
Rocky fought for me, and he'll fight for you.
We go the distance, and we're prepared to take your case all the way here.
He's a bulldog. There's nobody like Rocky.
Call 615-425-2500. RockyLawFirm.com. We fight for you.
Go get him, Rocky.
Is the time when we are sharing more updates about our top story this Friday morning, talking about the new stop for Nashville's International Airport.
Top story and top of the morning to you.
Oh, yeah.
Hey,
I like that.
Going to Ireland, BNA announcing they are having new nonstop service to Dublin, Ireland. It's going to begin April 12th of next year, so plan your spring break or summer trip now.
And great weather as we head through these next several days, too. All those high school football games tonight, beautiful weather for those. The college football games on Sunday.
The Rocket Review is sponsored by Why Not Saloon.
We're so pleased to have on Billboard charting Americana artist, singer, songwriter, guitarist, a man of many talents. We finally got him on the show. Oliver Wood, thank you for coming on.
Thanks for having me, Eric.
You know, I was telling you before we came in studio, Oliver, once again, knowing your work, you know, with the Wood brothers, and you guys, you know, have been so well known in the Americana community and everything, but with this new solo album out, Fat Cat Silhouette, you really went with some different sounds and some different angles, and I love it. I love this entire album.
Thank you.
How did this come together?
Well, it's just, we have a studio here in town, and we're lucky enough to have kind of our own place to have a clubhouse, a music clubhouse, and so we did a Wood Brothers album, and last year when we finished it, I just kept writing songs. I have a studio right up the street from my house, and I was like, why not? I'm just going to keep going and make more songs, and it just turned into an album. And I don't know, I just like to collaborate sometimes outside of my normal project.
Mm-hmm. You do such an incredible job with all of the songs on this album with Fat Cat Silhouette to where you can really, I can visualize them. You know, I mean, I think you paint the picture with the words and the lyrics, and I think some of the more stripped down or minimalized instrumentation allows you to give fuller attention to that.
Yeah. I do like that about this record, that people are appreciating the song, the space that's in it, and maybe the lack of just a big drum kit on every song.
Right.
That makes me pretty happy.
Every song on here is a hit, and it's just, it'll inspire you. It's Fat Cat Silhouette. Oliver Wood, thank you so much.
In the hills.